July 20th, 2025, 12:11 p.m. Pacific. Good to see you. We are streaming day 10 of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. We have 100% of the game. I might add this, depending on how today's stream goes, we might add this to the 100% playlist because we have done nothing but 100% the entire game, do all the gaps, do all the challenges, finish solo tours with every skater, do everything we possibly could to complete the game as a completionist and be the quickest, be the first, etc. So today, I think we're going to use the time to just actually play the game. And so I think a lot of people watching want to know my impressions, want to know my thoughts. What do I think of the new levels? What do I think of online? Yeah, so on and so forth. But we just like haven't had a chance to do any of that. So I think we're going to use today's time to do that. And I don't know, maybe we'll just like free skate around for a bit and just see where the wind takes us. Hi, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. I had quite the eventful past few days. Oh, I almost hit the stop streaming button. But hey, everybody, if you're tuning in on YouTube, please feel free to help me leave timestamps for other viewers so they can get past all the yappage. And anytime I do something new, obviously, if you could, cool. If you can't, that's also cool. I will take the help I can get because reviewing the VODs and having to give timestamps does take a lot of time. What's up? My impressions, do an impression right now. Kermit the Frog here. How was that? Or no, that was Jordan Peterson. Sorry, I always get them confused. Let's dive in, shall we? How was that? Scale 1 to 10. Boom, roasted. Yo, Demarge, hey, Slammin', Amaxtra, Levin, Force 10, Gwen, how's it going? Kush, DJ, how is it going? Are we not streaming on YouTube? Hold on. Let's check on the YouTubers. YouTubers, type 1 in chat if you're on YouTube. Yo, Spike with glasses, what's up? Okay, YouTube is here. Let me get the status page up so I could see what you are doing. I always have to bring this up after the stream starts. There's no like bookmark. It generates a new link at the beginning of every stream, so I have to like go to content, live, click the live control room.
Hi, Andy.
Hello. Hey, Dylan, what's up? 32-monther. Thank you for the resub. Did you say I love you, Jack Flash? Watch the parasocial. Last warning. Okay, let's move this over here. Let's do this. On, done, save. Okay, cool. I think we're good. Well, I'm just gonna, I don't know. Man, where do we even start? I mean, my instinct is just go to LA and just cruise. But I feel like we've like strangely done that. How much do we need a craft single? It's bold of you to assume I just keep craft singles in the fridge or that I buy them to begin with. How's the neck? It's very achy. It's not good. Well, to catch you guys up, the big reason like things were up in the air last week is that I was invited by the Downhill Jam to go to Activision's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 release party at Activision in Santa Monica. And there was a lot of question marks like, can I get in? And like, are they gonna allow me because of my status as a streamer? Like I'm technically like media and such. And it was just for the employees. But they got me cleared about I want to say like 30 hours before the party. And long story short, they could not accommodate a projector and a projector screen even if we brought it. They like didn't want to do that. So I wouldn't be able to play the game on stage with the band playing music. But I was like, you know what, why don't I just go anyway? It'll be cool to like see everyone and meet new people and just hang out and whatever. And so I went, and that's exactly what it was. The other reason why I confirmed was there was going to be a gig in Hermosa Beach, I think at a place called St. Rock. And all right, so I was gonna play the game on stage there, and it was gonna be like an unofficial release party with the Downhill Jam playing music from the soundtrack and me playing the game on stage, and a bunch of other like old Neversoft heads were gonna be there, and some other punk bands, and it was gonna be a cool way to celebrate unofficially. But 2 days before the gig, it was like what day? It was Thursday night. It was supposed to happen on Saturday. I get a call from a guy in the Downhill Jam. He's like, hey, bad news. The venue has like plumbing issues, like so severe that it is a safety concern, and they can't host the gig anymore. It's been canceled. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I just like, it's funny because I took off work for this to do this whole thing. But in the meantime, I did get to stream a lot, and like 100%. I was like, you know, might as well just take off the whole week because of all this. And it was just kind of a drag. It wasn't the end of the world. Like, I wasn't totally upset by it. I was just like, oh, I just sort of like put my life on hold for this, and things happen. You can't like fault anyone. It just sort of, so like the band still got paid their fee. And like the pre-sales were looking really good. Like it was going to be a really good, very densely populated show. But it's just a drag. So I basically just rearranged everything back. Yesterday, Saturday, I sort of had like, it was like the first day in 2 weeks of vacation that I had like rest. And I was just like chilling. Anyway, that I was like back to like just hanging around, and like I got to like clean, do some laundry, set up some stuff that I've been putting off, and like break down a bunch of boxes and take out the trash and like do all, you know, just like catch up on like life things. And so did that, went and saw a friend's band play locally, and they were really good. It was fun. And then went out, hung with some people, like was like social. Shout out to Outside. If you guys have ever gone outside, the graphics are pretty sick. No pressure, obviously. I think the NPCs can kind of be a hit or miss. The devs keep making it harder to get around, and like the economy is always getting worse as a player. I think like it's really hard to earn currency, but they keep making everything more expensive. But the graphics are really good, and it's like pretty immersive. So other than that, yeah, went to sleep probably around midnight last night. Woke up at 8, so I think it was like an okay night's sleep. So okay, anyway, Trent, I saw your tier 3 come in for 28 months. I appreciate it. Thanks, Trent. I think shout out to Trent being a tier 3 subscriber. Claps in the chat for Trent. And yeah, who else? Dylan Stew with the 32-monther. Thank you. We had some offline primes, which I very much appreciate. I think we had Brando616 with the prime 5 months, Bottle Episode with a brand new prime, B Radical brand new prime, Droid Song Jane brand new prime, and Imfox 4000 brand new primer. We had like all these offline primers. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Am I gonna do a statless run at some point? Maybe. I mean, yeah, eventually, but today I don't think so. This is probably what we're doing today. We're just gonna play through the levels and just like hang. And we might do some speedruns. Maybe we'll go for 100 million somewhere. Maybe we'll play online. Is Tony Hawk already confirmed for this Outside? You know what? I did see Tony Hawk on Thursday morning. So yeah, he is confirmed. I can confirm Tony Hawk is Outside for sure. Wait, probably Kiss? What are you talking about? Outside patch notes have been abysmal recently. Dude, it keeps getting worse. It's like, I don't know how the devs keep expecting people to participate without revolting in some fashion. I need to turn on the... It's hot in here already. How's it feel to finally be able to play the game after 100%? I think it's okay. It's nice. That much of a slog. Page. Hey, B9, thanks for the 56 months. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hey, Zaytoven, welcome in. It's weird because this is the longest slog out of any Tony Hawk game. Like, I think 1 and 2, we're like, aside from like the Creative Park and online challenges, like they're basically like you like can't complete them even after 1,000 hours. There's just not enough people playing, and online was down and stuff. This took the longest by far. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 PS1 took us like 8 streams or something, but those streams were only like 4 to 5 hours long. Yeah, man, this was crazy. Like that amount of skaters. I think it was 35 solo tours necessary, but we added like 5 because we did Secret Skaters, and then we played on Game Pass first and transferred over. So devs got lazy and are just redoing the 1933 Germany storyline, but in America. Oh my god, you're right. It's like a reskin. It's like copy my homework, but change it a little bit so they can't notice. Energy. Finally something to live for again. We were all bored without you. Okay, dang. It's very dependent. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have read that chat message. Yeah, over here it doesn't get deleted, but over here it does. Anyway, nice job, mods. Claps in the chat for the moderators. Appreciate you. Mods holding the fort down. Appreciate it.
I have the game up next to me. Going to try and see which plush I missed to unlock Richard.
Oh yeah, dang, that's a drag. Thanks, Creed. Thanks for the 4.99. I think it's one of those things where it's like the decks and like the plushies and the graffitis, they don't tell you which level you've got them in, which is like kind of a secret, right? So it makes sense a little bit, but it's just kind of a drag. Yeah, I think the best thing to do is literally just speedrun, just go through all of them, starting from Foundry and just go all the way through. And just eventually find out which one you missed. Bill's not even here, but he's doing a great job. True. Is this Andy, as in the world famous Scrampion? Andal Scrandled THPS? That's me. My will to live is dependent on if THPS games are still coming out. So anyway, let's change levels. 1v1 me, brother? Is that your first chat message? It looks like it is. Is there any intel on if Thug 1 and 2 are getting remastered? I feel like I don't have to say this anymore because most chatters can use their brain. But I think some people are young and some people are new. If I had any intel on a new game, I would be under a non-disclosure agreement and I wouldn't be able to talk about it. Or else I would get sued into oblivion by Activision lawyers. But just like this game, I don't know anything. I never was employed by Activision for the entirety of this game, so I find out things just like you guys. Even if I did know something, I wouldn't be able to say. So I'm just going to ignore any chat message that asks about it in the future, but there's a lot of new people, so I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt. 1v1 Activision lawyers. Was I involved in any parts of this game? I had just answered that. Maybe you're just now getting that message. The answer is no. Who said y'all obsessed with me? Did you remember to eat and drink today? I have drank this much water. I have not yet had lunch. Have any of the people messaged you about who got 100% first provided any evidence yet? No, not a single one. I think at least it was like 18 or 20 messages. Discord chat, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, comments, Instagram DMs primarily, because I made that story post. Not a single one of them has provided proof. And by the way, there was someone named List, L-Y-S-T, that people were speaking on behalf of, saying that like, oh, List already beat it. List came into the Discord and clarified, hey, I didn't do all the solo tours. I just beat the game once with one skater and did all the challenges. So whoever was in here speaking on his behalf was not accurate. So. Yeah, so people lied about that. Or they were just misinformed. So this is kind of what I expected, where it's just like, no, they didn't. I don't believe you. Because I just did that for 82 hours, and no one in their right mind would also do that. Unless they were a top tier player and they lived in the qualifying locations for the golden trucks. And even if they're a top tier player, they're like, dude, that's too much. I'm not doing it. Like Jens is eligible. I don't know why he's not doing it. He might just do it passively. Even though he's like only completed like what, 5 solo tours or something? Yeah, Jens is just chilling. He is like I don't even think he's like doing all gaps or like anything. He's just getting billion points right now. Yeah. Yeah, Jens could easily do it. If he just does a solo tour before like every session, like just takes an hour, he could do it. An hour and 30 minutes. I feel like our first playthrough of the solo tour was very like, I don't know where anything is. Like, what is this? You know? And then we unlocked pro goals and it was the same thing again. But like once we got into like the 5th and 6th playthrough, we were able to complete it with one skater in under 2 hours. And I think Jens would be perfectly capable of doing that sort of equivalent, or even better even. Oh, Ghetto Bird. What's up, Mortal Kombat 1? If you were eligible, you'd do it. Yeah, like you honestly, George, you were the first person I thought of, because y'all, if you don't know, George the Plushie is a legitimate speedrunner. Like not even just in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, but George has been around since forever. And he's really, really, really good and has a lot of, well, actually I don't know if you have world records anymore, but he is like up there with like top speedrunners. And I was like, dude, there's no way I could do this if people like Frankie and George and Saul are around. But I would look at y'all's like status on Steam and you just like weren't playing. So it's like, okay, well, maybe I would have a chance. Oh. Yo, Broseph. Yen's blushing right now. Yeah, there's a lot of great players out there. I don't think a lot of them don't really stream. Like GP is the only really consistent Tony Hawk streamer, I think, and Jens too now. I think Jens has kind of been on or off the past year. THPS is making a name for themselves in the speedrun world. Right on. Jens has streamed every day. Yeah, before this release though, he was kind of MIA for a bit. I feel like I know of Kate. I know they've been in here. I don't know if I follow them yet. I really didn't keep up with them too much after I got the IL sweep. Yeah, I'm not at the level of those speedrunners who focus on speedruns like a lot. Like this is more my vibe. Like free skate and hang out with chat and like play online. But online just hasn't been good. So we haven't really been playing online. Including in the 1 and 2 days. 16th in Shipyard. Jens is Swedish, yeah. So he would be eligible. I'm surprised he's not going for it, man. Was it weird going back to work after a week? I haven't been back to work. Tomorrow's my first day back at work. And I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not feeling like rejuvenated and like fresh. I'm feeling like I need a vacation because the vacation I had was just like a lot of work. A lot of sitting in traffic and bouncing between places and 100%ing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, not getting enough sleep, eating sad sandwiches. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday was like the only day off. And today I'm streaming again and I have a show to play tonight. I have to leave in like 4 hours. Actually, maybe it's like 4 hours, 3.5 hours. What's a sad sandwich? A sad sandwich, in my opinion, that's just what I call like a sandwich you just sort of slap together that's like not exciting. You don't take time to like toast it or cook anything. You just sort of like, what do I have in the fridge? Okay, ham, lettuce, mustard, and then that's it. And like, maybe there's like 2 types of deli meats, or maybe like, you know, that would be a way to like spruce it up. Or like maybe there's like, you could toast the entire sandwich or put butter on it or like have something exciting. It was just, you know, fat much? What do you mean? No cheese? I don't have any. I have shredded mozzarella that is reserved for pizza tonight. Actually, which reminds me, when do I want to eat pizza? I need 2 hours to let it rise. Hey Google, set a timer for 30 minutes. I'm gonna take the pizza out of the dough.
30 minutes. And that's starting now.
Jeez, you're screaming. I prepped pizza dough yesterday, and so I will need to take it out of the fridge in 30 minutes to let it rise for 2 hours. And then cook for about... It's got to preheat. I just want to be sure I'm done eating by 4 o'clock. So I'm going to try and get it going sooner. How many timers did you just start? Yeah, how many people? No, I don't have a timer for 30 minutes. What's up, Sam? Good to see you. Yeah, one in chat if I set a timer on your Google device just now. Sorry, I didn't. That was the first time that was like very unintentionally like setting timers on people's Jamios. What's up, Jamios? Jamios, is it true that if you've set your VPN to Brazil, tier 3 subs on Twitch are only $8 US? Is that very true? That's a real thing? Dude, it's like $25 to tier 3 sub in America, but if you set a VPN to Brazil, a tier 3 sub is $8 a month? Dude, real thing? That's real? I heard that through the grapevine. I was like, I should tell my followers that, because that'll give me 6 PP points each. Yeah, Tanya, I don't even know. I didn't know this until like it was like, I heard it in passing, like, I want to say like 3 days ago. It was Thursday, Wednesday night. And he's getting banned. Is that even like against the law? Because VPNs are legal. So like, they do catch on to it though. Am I spreading? Am I gonna be okay, one in chat if you're a cop. How many? We have to like, it's like once the stream we have to confirm no one in here is a cop. Is that an L or a 1? I'm from Brazil. Quit Catsy. How much are tier 3 subs? I guess you'd have to convert to USD to find that information. It's a capital I. Gotcha. Hi, I'm at one in chat if you're from Brazil as of 5 minutes ago when I gave you that information. Greetings, I'm from Brazil. Okay, sick. Well, thanks for the support. Appreciate you. Our favorite Brazil THPS streamer. That's hilarious. Time for some Brazilian action. Is that Thug 2? It's funny. Baked into my brain. Done like 20 solo tours and I don't know what to do now. I'm so bored. Do another solo tour. People Brazil. Wait, should we get Pipo Brazil from 7TV and add it whenever someone tier 3 subs? Wait, Andy Pepe, what do you mean? Oh, another solo tour, yeah. So I've been free skating Canada, and I tend to do the same thing I do in Tony 3 and Thug 2 Canada and Thug Pro, is I avoid, like, I've talked about this before. How do we change the speed on this camera? Does anyone know? Oh, I can't even zoom out any further. Basically, everything on the right side of this fence, this line here, I think this side of Canada is pretty useless. It's not worth going over to skate. It's a lot of kind of dead area where you cannot combo around freely and easily. There's no flow to it. There's like probably good photo ops and good like areas to like a gap and kind of, you know, soul skate, if you will. But there's just, it's really difficult to skate, and it's the same in this game as it is in the others. But this area, I do like this side of Canada. This skates really well. I kind of wish it was expanded further and like substitute out this and like develop this. But there's a lot of things they could have done to make this flow better. And I think having some like long grinds and clear readability going on. But the other thing that's weird is like, how do I, dude, I wish I could speed this camera up, but even flow. Thanks, Grant.
Even flow grinds and readability.
Thanks for the 57 months. So maybe I will bust out the red pen here. 1 second. I just want to try and articulate my thoughts, even though this isn't this is not unique to this like version of the game. It's like when you have a half pipe here, it's like, and it goes all the way around, like this full circle. That means you need this area unobstructed. So you have all this area that you cannot put anything in. And I just don't think that it lends itself to like a very useful play space. And like, even if you do skate, even if you do skate this, it's not fun. So basically they're sacrificing all this area for not fun. I think all these breaks in the quarter pipe are not like, these just bail you and they're bonks. So if you go up here and then you ride back, you're just ramming straight into a wall. And I don't think that's a good call. And there's a lot of them here. Like basically what we get out of this is a tree that's hard to hit. You can't really connect any of these grinds freely, and no one's hitting them on purpose unless you're like doing a no manual line. Like this tree is for the 0.0001% tree. Like maybe that many. Like maybe there's like 10 people that are like stoked on this tree to make a no manual line. But I think what could have been done better is sort of like squaring. I wish I could do a top-down view, but there's a ceiling in this level that does not let me go fully top-down in photo mode. So I think if they squared this off, it's hard to articulate because it's like I want it to go further this way, but I'm off screen. If they squared this off and basically had like a quarter pipe here, or like a quarter pipe corner here, and then they could have, you know, found a way to subdivide it, like almost like Rio, where it's like they have like this platform in the middle where it's like a quarter pipe that like wraps through the middle, or maybe this is a kicker. I'm just spitballing here, like QP, kicker, QP. And then maybe there's like rail that goes across the middle. Like just general broad stroke, like this is something that would read a lot better to me. And then if you go up these quarter pipes, you could link up with this walkway above. Honestly, this is way less interesting visually, this whole design, because it's just on the grid. It's 90 degrees and it's square. But there's ways to like add variances and like make it interesting. And like maybe there's a center, maybe this tree could be here, you know? And there's like a kicker gap that goes over it or something. Like there's a lot of different things you could do, but what are you guys saying? I feel like I was in the zone. Andy, would you ever go bald? Yeah, I would definitely. I think about shaving my head pretty much every day. I feel like it's gonna happen soon because I am getting older and I'm just like, you know what? It would be nice to just not have to worry about this anymore. About like, you know, washing my hair, picking up hair, vacuuming up hair, drying my hair. What if it doesn't grow back? That's totally. I'm not like. What is it? 1 out of every 3 people go bald, including women. So it's not like, you know, it's just the way of life. Get a skullet. I have long hair too. Anything about cutting every day? Yeah, like, yeah, females experience hair loss too as they get older. There's like, you know, hairlines and crowning and thinning. Tangles may be cut. 40K subs, special shaving stream. Yeah, and it's weird because I just think, look, if Jeff Bezos is still bald, there's no cure for like male pattern baldness. That's my take. Like, richest guy in the world doesn't have hair. Okay, yeah, the rest of us also will not have hair. Yeah. Like, I'm not doing a transplant. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not getting surgery just to keep my hair. Maybe he just wants to be bald. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so that's my analysis on Canada. I mean, I can go way in further detail and like actually try to fix it, but that's not for today. I'm also not getting paid. Annie the THPS's mysterious trip to Turkey. Each year, thousands of adults lose a shred of hair. Bezos doesn't care probably, or else he could pay enough money for that. I don't know. I just hear horror stories about like transplants. How do you have wings? Look, don't shout at me. All right. Have you thought about Googling it? Because I answer this about 12 times a stream. You complete a solo tour with every skater. So now that I've answered you, I expect $10. New YouTube chatter who is shouting the same thing at me. Sheesh. I just feel, look, I'm coming off as angry, and it's because I am kind of, because you aren't saying anything else but demanding answers when you could like Google it or YouTube it. Handy, how do you get the bald head? Just live. And swears, nice. Yeah, there's one thing that's not like, I can see patterns in chatters. Like sometimes I may not even realize what your name is or like answer you, but I'll like see your name come up, and if you are doing something that's annoying repeatedly, I will call you out. Like the worst are the people who just rapid fire questions but don't actually want to contribute to the conversation. They're just like, what's your favorite Tony Hawk game? Top 5 pro skaters. What's your favorite soundtrack? What was it like to work on blah, blah? And it's just like, dude, can you just chill and hang? Like, this is not an interview. Like every once in a while, like I'll pick one out and like elaborate, but if you ask 6 questions and I don't provide an answer, maybe read the room. Okay, Gar 10. It's okay. Do you forgive me? If you forgive me, I forgive you. He's on to us. What was it like to work ever? Oh, whoa. We just broke that by fall. Questions can be good for combo, but yeah, it's a stream, not an interrogation. Yes. When it starts to feel like an interrogation, it's like, dude, you're not even here for the vibes. You're just trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do. It's like, what are your top 5 favorite balding hairstyles? I think it's just like if I committed, I would just commit. I would just go Mr. Clean. Read the room. Over the last few years, that's been the main critique I've had for every problem interaction in my life. Yeah. Kind of a vibe. My new favorite question is, when are you fixing the game? How do you get the wings? How to bam? I actually asked ChatGPT this morning. I know, controversial, but what are the top popular searches for the new game? And do I still have this up? Here. Because I thought it would be cool to like maybe address all these, but I'm just like, ugh. So the #1 search term, or the #1 popular questions and hot topics around Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4 for the last 10 days is the Guitar Hero gag controversy. So it was the bit where someone found a Banjo Hero box in the trash in Water Park, I think. And my personal take on it is, I don't care. I think this is a stupid thing to fake be concerned about, or to actually be concerned about. I think it's the type of humor, like especially working at Neversoft, knowing the people there, this is exactly the type of humor that Neversoft would have done. Like they would have 100% put a Guitar Hero box in the trash. And I think it's very fitting for the game. Like it's just, so if you're getting mad about it, then I don't know, maybe question your priorities or yourself. I don't know. That's my take on it. I haven't even seen it. I saw screenshots, but I haven't seen it in game. Is it Banjo Champion? Was that what it was? They're removing it? To me, they should have added more. That would have been a hilarious way to deal with the fallout. Like, it's... Dude, come on. Definitely a slow day at the concern factory if you care about that. What an excellent phrase. P-guying being removed is more important. Oh yeah, should we read the interview? The Kotaku interview with Iron Galaxy? Because I haven't read that. If you're getting mad about it, read the room. Stealing that one. Yeah, that is a good one. Slow day at the concern factory. Factory. All right, let's pull it up. One sec. You know, I thought I was going to read this live on stream, but this picture says otherwise. Okay, sorry. I had to do that once. It was right there. So let me grab it real quick. Y'all just got. Y'all didn't see it coming. Is this it? Wait. It's just called interview. This looks like it's a broken link. It is. This is the title of the article. Why the Peen guy from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 was removed from the new remake. Why do people care about this? Look, okay, I guess I can understand. It's like, oh, we're losing some of the charm and the character. There's like 500 things in the game that you could say bring charm and hold like the culture, I don't know, intact, like that unspoken like art style and like just random little things that make up the character of a game, and this is just one of them. And if you remove all of them, then it becomes a little bit flavorless, I guess, and soulless and like corporate, I guess is the argument, which I get. But I just don't miss this guy. I just don't care. If you were up to me, I'd be like, yeah, put him in. What's the big deal? But if they're like, look, if we go from a teen rating to a mature rating by putting this guy in as a developer, I'm like, let's keep the teen rating and just replace it with a guy standing there who needs a thermos. Like, I understand that angle. And because it's like you're losing out on hundreds of thousands of sales just because you want a peen guy in there to go from a T to M. Like, I don't know the story, but anyway, that's my take. Like, I don't care enough. This doesn't affect gameplay. The peeing guy was my favorite part. It was integral to my Canadian culture. Weird hills to die on. Yeah, yeah, where was the outrage in Thug 2? This guy was not in the Canada remake in Thug 2, which is, it's like alarming that it's like, oh my God, this game is woke. It's like, dude, he wasn't there in 2000, was it 5? I swear to God, if someone, I'm gonna have to ban the phrase woke. The amount of people we've had to ban for maliciously coming in here and complaining about the game being woke. Look, if you're complaining about the game being woke, I'm just gonna say right now, I consider that a self-report, as you are a person that does not care about equal rights of other human beings and your fellow working class brethrens. Like, anyway, moving on. Tony's Pro Skater 3 and 4 is a really good remake of the PS2 era skateboarding game, Tony 3 and 4. However, it's missing something very important. Blah, 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 this guy pissing off the edge of the map. I decided to reach out to the developers at Iron Galaxy to get to the bottom of this very important issue. Oh my God. First up, I had to know why, blah, blah, blah. Overall, wait, okay. According to Iron Galaxy, the pissing man wasn't removed from Tony 3 and 4, but he does have better bladder control.
I found plushie missing. Was in water park. One more.
Oh my God. Thanks, Creed, for the $1.99. Good luck and Godspeed. Overall, we've made changes to the game so we could cast skating in a more positive light. Our old Canadian friend is not gone. He just learned some much needed bladder control. There's even a pro goal where you can help him hydrate. That is accurate, but also kind of a non-answer. Does he bring up the rating of the game? Let's make this bigger. Wait, is this overlapping? Oh no. Bring this up, and then let's move this up. Type more, people. Type the word more, people. Okay. I think that's good enough. Oh no, it's not enough. Oh my God, this is way too much. I need to put this under a. Okay. Overall, we made a few changes to the game so we could cast skating in a more positive light. Said Kurt Tillmans. Our old blah blah blah. Okay, when asked about other changes players have spotted, like a ramp being different in a different spot or area being slightly rethemed, Tillman said that the studio's main goals for the levels are to make something cooler and more fun. Our goals for environment design are to create a visual spectacle and provide interesting opportunities to skate. Those two motivations inform all of our decisions. I'm trying to think of other. It's like in college they had the huge G-rection signs on the door for like one of the buildings, like a classroom sign. And it's like, to me, it's like, okay, this is just one more thing that they're removing, and probably in favor of a more accessible game rating. I think, unfortunately, that is the only excuse. Like maybe standards are higher for ratings these days, but that's the only logical conclusion I can have. This is a teen game, right? It's not for everyone. Is it? What's up, Algrim? T for teen. Okay. I just am like, you know, it's weird to like it's like I want to say I'm apathetic at most. But it's like, yeah, it's a bummer they're gone. But I'm not losing any sleep. I just don't care that much. Okay. Speaking of changes, the biggest and most controversial change, besides the ever important presence of the peeing guy, was to how 24 levels work in the remake. They aren't open world anymore, and instead we're like 23's level, 3 levels with 2-minute timers and a list of goals to complete in that time. I asked if there were ever plans to do the 24 levels as open world play spaces, but it was never an option. We set out to create a game that joins and embodies the best of what both of the classic games offered. The 2-minute timer is the emblematic Tony Hawk gameplay loop. Players who aren't as interested in that can customize the length of the timer up to an hour. Many goals from 24 return, and we could share goals and gameplay across both titles, bringing gameplay like skitching and combo goals to the 23 parks. We feel that this is the best of both worlds approach as a benefit to both games. I just like cannot get behind this at all. This is just not what we wanted. Anyone who agrees with this didn't play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, or they haven't played it in a long time. You're losing content by doing this. And instead of saying we're going to remake this game identically or make it better, this is literally conceding and saying we are not going to remake it. We're going to do something less and offer less content and not do an accurate one-to-one remake. I don't care if you are like, oh, I don't need to like I think most people's criticisms of this who like agree with it are saying like, I don't need an NPC to give me voiceover dialogue before I do a skate goal. And I'm like, okay, well then hit A to skip the dialogue and do the other goals that actually provide some background fun education, and the pro goals that we're losing and the amazing voice actors being pro skaters, the animations, the clapping, like there's so much to make better in this context, and they cut corners by going to the 2-minute timer. And I don't care if they're saying like, oh, this is emblematic and symbiotic of the Tony formula. Like this is literally what he's saying is epic 2-minute format. And I just do not agree with that. You should make the epic 2-minute format in addition to the free roam Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 career. That's the only way you should do it, in my opinion. And like, I don't care. I'll be that guy. I will die on this hill. I've played through the game a gazillion times at this point. Was not more fun than the Tony 4 version from 2001. So I feel like I don't even need to elaborate on that, but they remade a game without remaking it. They cut the corner. And like, I don't work for Activision, and maybe people in production at Activision are watching this like white knuckling their keyboards right now because like maybe they wanted to do it truthfully, but there just wasn't enough time, or maybe there's like politics, or like we didn't have enough bandwidth or enough money, couldn't do it, blah blah blah. But I'm just like, you remade a game without remaking it. You made a lesser version. That's what this translates to. I don't care about your opinion. And yes, I'm a purist. Yes, it's my favorite game of all time. I probably played it more than anyone else on the entire planet. But yeah, so that's my opinion that you could choose to listen to or not. And you're totally welcome to form your own opinions. Smiley face. Like, and the other thing, I got to address the semantics of remaster, remake, demake, recreation, all these other like terminologies and phrases that you're trying to pass off to excuse what this is. Doesn't matter to me. When you remake something, it should be as good or better. And this is not as good or better. It's worse. That's the bottom line. So like basically if I want to play through 24 career, I got to go back to the 2001 version. So, or whatever, 2002. I can never remember. Sorry, I'm getting heated. Okay. And while the new levels like Water Park and Tony 3 and 4 are good, I had to ask about the missing levels like Tony 4's Chicago. According to Tillman, they were cut as part of the processing, as part of the process for delivering a unique experience rather than just a predictable remaster. When it came to rebuilding the parks from the ground up, we prioritized the ones that seemed to be the favorites according to the community consensus. Passing on Chicago and Carnival freed us up to build Water Park and Pinball and Movie Studio, the first brand new Tony Parks in over a decade. Okay, this is marketing speak for we didn't want to relicense the Chicago level from the Matt Hoffman 2 team. We didn't want to make moving objects in Carnival and all the extra assets that would come with it, with like animals, rigging, animations, sounds, moving roller coasters, teacups, animals riding the teacups. That's what this translates to me, because anyone worth any salt, or anyone who actually plays these games knows that Chicago and Carnival were great levels. And if you polled the community right now, they would say that Suburbia is the worst level by far, and out of any level in 3 and 4. And I would even like throw up like Kona as another level to cut, or even Zoo. Like there's so many worse levels than Carnival and Chicago. Like this is just not an accurate statement. Period. I just think this is marketing speak for we didn't want to do Chicago and Carnival, and so we made new levels in their place because it would be less resources. That's what this translates to me. That's just my take. You should form your own opinion, but that's what this translates to me. Maybe this is too bold to say, but everyone's 30-minute timer just went off. But I just don't agree with it. And on top of this, I would venture to say that majority of people, not even, like, how do I even phrase this? I think 99% of players would prefer to have Carnival in Chicago over Water Park, Pinball, and Movie Studio. One in chat if you agree with that. 2 in chat if you disagree with that. And I think everyone's biased here because they're listening to me and they might just kind of like mindlessly, not everyone, but like I'm just sort of like preaching and everyone's like, yeah. So like getting up. So maybe this is not an accurate poll, but I think by a long shot, I would much rather have Chicago than these 3 levels. And I have not even free skated them. I've only played them in career. And I think take Water Park, Pinball, and Movie Studio out of the equation. I think if you said, hey, you can have Chicago and Carnival, or we can make 2 or 3 levels from scratch. Which do you choose? I'd say Chicago and Carnival, 100%. I'm not chancing a new developer to make any new Tony level, especially if they haven't even ported levels first and knows what goes into making a level before making one from scratch by a long shot. Like, I don't care who you are, what developer you are. Like, no. And it's funny because Chicago's a Matt Hoffman level, so it's not even like an actual like authentic Tony level, but it was in Tony 4, and the only thing that was wrong with it was missing so many wall ride flags, and it had so many bugged grinds in it, and man, and then if it had grindable curbs too, it would have taken it to the next level. Just like fix the issues with it, it would have been like an A to S tier level. And Carnival is a B tier, maybe A tier level in my opinion. Water Park, Pinball, and Movie Studio, I'm sorry, like I haven't free skated in either of these yet, but my impression of these is that they're basically sitting at like a D tier, C tier, like bottom of the barrel. Not bottom of the barrel, but like they're just not that great. They're just not, like, every time I play Movie Studio, there's so many spine transfers and most of them don't work. You get bonk your head into something or like whatever, man. I feel like I'm just being ungrateful and just like not giving them enough praise for what they're doing and trying to do, which I applaud them for. But this is just my unsolicited, pure, honest feedback. And I'm very passionate, so I hope this doesn't come off too harsh, but that's how I feel. And so this just feels like marketing speak for we built new levels. And we didn't want to recreate these ones that were going to be too much work or too much licensing trouble or whatever. That's my take. I don't work for Activision, so I can tell. Anyway. Oh, and here's Tillman's full response about Eric Sparrow appearing in the. Oh, I should say that like this is marketing speak for when they say the first brand new Tony Parks in over a decade. Like this is the translation of like that's how they spin it into a positive marketing thing, which I'm just like I like this doesn't do anything for me. But it might do something for people who haven't played Tony in a long time and they're kind of more casual. They're like, ooh, new parks, you know, which is fair. You know, I get it. Okay, full response by Eric Sparrow appearing in the game for all big fans of Tony Hawk's Underground. Every game needs a villain. We just thought this would be a fun callback to the Underground. A lot of time has passed, so this is a chance to find out the path he has led himself down with his treacherous ways. Okay, that's not a confirmation of Underground getting a full remake one day, but at least it's nice to know the devs behind Tony 3 and 4 know their Tony Hawk lore. Looking forward, Iron Galaxy still has an opportunity to update the game post-launch. We know at least one change that will be made in the future update, as the developer confirmed after this interview that it was going to remove a joke from the water park level, which is the Banjo Hero box, I'm assuming. We're watching like a hawk as players drop back into the parks. We still have an opportunity to update the game post-launch, so we'll keep an eye on their feedback. And dude, I have so much feedback. I started compiling a list of basically all my points of feedback, and it is so long that I don't know where to but just dump this all in a Reddit post or make a video out of it or both. But like, I just think it's a good idea to make a video, but this picture says otherwise. Okay, I have to do it one more time. It's still my monitor. I don't know, that it was not so much an interview, it was just sort of scratching the surface on I just gotta say that like Eric Sparrow in Water Park, that call out was like, I think their heart was in the right place, but they literally, all the NPCs, right? All the NPCs are using the Creative Skater system to assemble characters. And I think a few of them might have unique outfits, but Eric Sparrow was made without any unique assets and didn't have the original voice actor. And it just felt like, dude, your heart's in the right place, but like, that's not Eric Sparrow. And just sort of like wedging him in there feels a little just inauthentic. And it feels like pandery. That's how it came off to me. Great value for Eric Sparrow. All the NPCs in the game just look like online skaters. Yeah, I mean, didn't someone in the Discord post a picture of them recreating Eric Sparrow in the Creative Skater? Like, I think this, like, the judges are also created with the Creative Skater system, but they have unique outfits. Like, there's a new shirt. Like, that's a unique shirt to them, and I don't even think Eric Sparrow has a unique shirt. Gwen posted it. Can someone repost it? Stream discussion. Oh yeah, 25 subs for if someone drops, what is it? Where are we at? 12 subs, I'll eat a handful of cheese because you guys are weird. You unlock the judge shirt with the challenger. Wait, is the judge shirt actually available to... What kind of cheese? I think today would be mozzarella. So the judge shirt... Okay, so these are Creative Skaters. Look, I made Epic Skater 1 and 2. And when we added NPCs to 2, we most definitely used the Creative Skater system for NPCs. But we are 3 people. We are a 3-man dev team. And I think it's totally valid because there's like hundreds of thousands of combinations. You'll never like see the same NPC twice, basically. But this is a AAA studio to recreate this, and they only had him like a major storyline character and one goal in Water Park. Just felt it didn't contribute to anything, so it just felt pandery. Dogfish gifted 10 subs. Why? I said 12. Fox with the 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for the gift subs. Time for your meds, Andy. 2 people gifted 1 before me. I said 12. Weird. I meant like a one-time gift of like from 1 person. Scammed. You did Epic Skater 1 and 2. Yeah, that was my life for like what, 6 years. It took like 3 to 4 years for the first one and then another 2 for the second one. Epic 12 sub scammer. Oh, here we go. It's someone, Gwen posting it here. Let's show this in the... Okay, Dogfish. Thanks. Freaking weirdo. Look, Eric Sparrow, New Jersey. Oh, what the, isn't his hair like orange or something in Water Park? But yeah, this is Eric Sparrow. I wish we got a side by side. So yeah, there you go. Whatever. I'm not knocking him for using the Creative Skater system for NPCs. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what Tony 3 and 4 did. But there were unique faces and outfits that you couldn't access as a player. That's what made the NPCs unique. And they all had unique voices tied to their, like, ID. So, yeah. Eat the cheese, skateboard man. Look. All right. I gotta take the pizza out of the fridge and let it rise in the pan. God, how there's so many people in here. Thank you all for being... I appreciate everyone just tuning in, hanging out. I apologize. There's a weird meme going around right now. I don't know how it started or where it started, but Twitch chat has convinced everyone that I eat cheese daily. Like it's a vitamin or something. I'm actually like, cheese is fine. I think cheese is okay. But just to be clear, I don't eat cheese daily. In fact, when I order a burger, I don't pay the extra $1.50 for the cheese because I don't think it's worth it. So that's where I sit. But I've started paywalling them 10 subs to eat a handful of cheese, and then they paid that. And now I said 12, and now they're paying that. So I'm going to step away, go get some cheese to eat on stream, because that's where we are now in life when all our decisions led us up to this point. And so I'm going to leave you with this video, and I'm going to get the pizza dough out of the fridge. So enjoy. I'll be right back. Tips with Andy Thips. Rule number 1, always hold Ollie whenever you can. Holding Ollie will make you go faster, Ollie higher when you release, and it also makes you go faster when you're in a manual, so that's highly encouraged. Rule number 2, never grind the same straight rail twice in a row. So this example, 2, 3, my balance is already toast because I'm trying to grind the same rail twice in a row. Another note on that is that if you grind a rail, manual, grind that same rail again, it's still going to penalize you. And also, if you grind here, do a wally or a wall ride, then grind the same rail, it's still going to penalize you. Or if you go up in a vert air, do revert, any case where you grind a rail and don't grind a different rail, the game is going to penalize you. When a grind kinks like this, when there's new segments, it's safe for you to grind this rail, jump and grind this, and then also jump and grind this. Because anytime a rail kinks or curves, the game recognizes it as a new rail. So keep that in mind. So if you have a long curvy rail, it's totally safe to just jump and grind that save one. But the straight ones, those will really penalize you. Rule number 3, never manual more than 2 times in a row without a wally, revert, or grind in between them to separate them. So 1, 2, 3 is now I'm being penalized for manualing my 3rd time, 4th time, 5th time. You can see 6th time, my manual balance progressively gets worse with each sequential manual. So the way to fix that or address it in an ideal combo line is do 1, 2, grind, 1, 2, wally, revert to grind, 1, 2, 1, save, 1, 2. So this is the kind of the idea, 1, and you could do another 1, 2. So you want to split up every 1 or 2 manuals with either a revert, wally, or grind, and then you'll be safe. Rule number 4, to keep your speed and preserve your balance, stay in the air as long as possible and manual for as little time as possible. You see how I'm in a manual, in a combo at a complete stop. But if I grind this rail, I have speed. So every time I grind a rail, I actually get speed added to my skater, but the longer you stay on a rail, the more you'll get slowed down. So again, ideally, to preserve your balance, that means manual and grind for as little time as possible. Not only that, if you stay in a manual or a grind, you'll be slowed down. So it's in your best interest to manual and grind for the shortest amount of time to preserve your balance and keep your speed up. All the points are gonna come from doing air tricks. All right, rule number 5, don't equip special manuals, special grinds, or special lip tricks. They're not near as valuable as air specials. There's a few reasons for that. One is that if you're staying in a special manual or a special grind or special lip trick long enough, you're eating away at so much balance meter that could be used to extend your combo for much longer. And not only that, you can easily get 5,000 or 7,000 points just by spinning a backflip 180 added to your base. And if you do that with a special grind trick, it's going to require like 4 to 5 seconds of grinding, and the trade-off just isn't as good. Rule number 6, use D-pad instead of analog. When I'm using a D-pad, I know exactly if I'm going to get a diagonally left, down, and square. But if I'm on analog, there's some gray area. It's like, when is it diagonal, and when is it left, and when is it down? So if analog is working for you, by all means, keep using it. You could also use a Guitar Hero controller or a steering wheel, or there's a lot of people who use keyboard. By all means, do whatever works for you. But for me, D-pad has always been king. I've always found it to be way more precise for inputs, for tricks in THPS. Rule number 7, use shoulder buttons to spin. D-pad spins have a delayed start. So if I go up and press left and square to do a kickflip, notice how the skater doesn't spin. That's because throughout all the THPS games, the programmers and designers know that it would really suck if you're like pressing left and square and your skater kept spinning and then you just like keep failing every time you do a trick. There's a slight delay between when you start pressing left and when the skater actually starts spinning. So if you use the shoulder button, jump and hold shoulder, he instantly starts spinning, and so therefore it's faster. Not only that, you can hold L1 and do a heel flip with right and square, so you're not forced to spin the direction of the kick tricks. Also gives you more maneuverability, flexibility, and freedom. Rule number 8, don't use 180 spin taps. And the reason for that is for freedom of movement. And basically what that comes down to is being able to choose your landing angle for your skater. Eventually you're going to want to start pointing your skater by choosing to land a certain angle to benefit you the most. So if I'm in a combo and I want to round this corner to the right, I can spin 180 and angle my skater to the right. All right, you freaks. What's up? Yo. False man, thank you for the 2003 bits. Are we happy now? Yeah, leg reveal. Let's go. Yeah, you loved you. Yeah, you liked that, didn't you? I don't understand. Like, I would have to really scour through chat logs to figure out who started that. And I couldn't even tell you, to be honest, if it was someone on YouTube or in Twitch chat, or if they were a new chatter or like a regular. Cosmic Charlie, thank you for the Prime for 9 months. What's up? It was on here. Who was it? Nice, Hardy. You should drink milk next. I have 0 milk. A guy came in and said, "You look like the kind of guy who eats cheese daily." I don't know who it was either. Not even so. No, there's no reason for me to have milk. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't do cereal. It's too sugary. I don't put milk or any cream in my coffee because I'm not 7 years old. Milk just went bad. I'm trying to, like, what do I need milk for? I think there's probably something I make, like cookies. No. Cookies don't require milk to bake. What do we need milk for? Help me out. What is this coffee slander? What do you mean? If your coffee is black, then you get to taste the coffee. If you add sugar and milk or cream or whatever to it, you are hiding the taste of the coffee, which is fine. You can do that, and that's, you know, your prerogative. But I'll judge you a little bit from afar. I don't need milk for oatmeal either. Ugh. Milk is cheese. Guy playing without watching, dude. I'm watching. I didn't start it, but I surely helped keeping it going. What do we need milk for? Help me out. And it also only eats 100% dark chocolate. Dude, the darker the chocolate, the better. I feel like milk chocolate is a waste. 100%. One in chat if you like your coffee like you like your men. Ground up and in the freezer. Yeah, Rio play is good. I like Rio still. Wait, did we just bonk our head on the way out? Here, I want to go back. Let's go through the wall. The wall. What's up? You ever had 100% dark chocolate? I don't think I have. You're not a real sweet tooth. You're absolutely right. I don't eat cake. I think the sweet... I like cookies, brownies, and plain cake donuts. I generally, if you get me a cake, I won't eat it. Like, I think I would veer towards like an angel food cake or anything that doesn't have icing. I think icing is generally pretty bad. Dude, unforgivable. This head bonk here, literally unplayable. Horrible take, Andy. Look, I'm well aware of the what is it? The tradition, strange tradition of like loading everyone up with like a traditional cake has how many grams of sugar in it? Like 500. Do you guys know what 500 grams of sugar looks like? There's so much sugar. I'm not big on sugar. I try to avoid it whenever possible. But like, I like cookies and such. Yeah, I don't do ice cream either. Tres leches though. And that's why you're not fat like me. I do think that avoiding sugary things like soda and sweets is like, if you're trying to lose weight or just trying to watch your weight, I think avoiding sugar is way more important than avoiding fat. But that's just me. I'm not a scientist. Why am I randomly hitting my head only here? Oh no, it's on the Vans building. 0 calorie soda. It doesn't matter how you spin it. Diet Pepsi, zero Pepsi, Coke zero, healthy, sparkling water. All that stuff is bad for you. Doesn't, like, especially dentists will tell you that. I just like water. Shout out to water. Shout out all my hydro homies. Water gang represent. Someone cut his audio. Yeah, I think there's a lot of passionate like Beppis drinkers. Like, you do you, all right? Like, it's just not for me. I think it's gross. I'm not into it. The only time I ever do that is if I drink a cocktail, but I haven't drank alcohol in like almost 2 years. Beppis or conch, neither. I like probably a Coke because I would get like a whiskey Coke like back in the day sometimes. But this is, I know this is an unpopular take, especially as an American. I think soda's gross and I think it's terribly bad for you and a horrible waste of money. Especially now, it's like double the price as it was like 3 years ago. I think when you get offered a soda when you sit down at a restaurant, it's basically asking like, would you like liquid dessert with your meal? Soda is dessert. Change my mind. Blah, 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 blah. Mute stream. What's wrong with Pepsi Max? Dude, anything carbonated is horrible for your teeth and is not good for your health. There's nothing good about it. This is the moving the goalpost game that the food industry does. It's like reduced fat, low sugar, 0 calories, when it's like that thing, whatever they're advertising, isn't good for you no matter how you look at it. I agree, but I feel like you don't love juice either. There's nothing healthy about juice. It's just pure sugar. Like if someone says drink orange juice when you're sick, is like, that is not a good thing to do. You're just loading your body up with sugar. There's like just as much as a soda, if not more in there. Juice is good. I would rather have juice than a soda though. 100%. V8, I've tried to drink V8. There was like free drinks at Neversoft and they have V8 there. And I feel like once a year I'd be like, maybe I like V8 now, but nope. Cold tomato juice ain't it. It's like, I feel like I'm like 80 years old pretending to enjoy a V8 and there's like no other way to enjoy it. Horrible takes with Andy. 1 in chat if you agree with everything I've said. 2 if nothing I've said rings true. 3 if some of the things ring true. 4 if you weren't listening but you want to feel involved. Okay, a lot of 2s and 3. Okay, whatever. 5, you're right and I hate it. So I think here's the general consensus. Sugar, bad. But sugar tastes good. I think that's something we can all agree on. 2 and 5 agree with one thing. Soda is dessert. Yeah. Sugar bad, cheese bad. Yeah. Some sugar is fine as a treat. Yeah, like if you live in a rental apartment, you can pour oil like olive oil directly into your sink drain, like as a treat. You know, you say you shouldn't do it, but you know, every once in a while, like as a treat, I think is a good idea for the landlord to deal with. How is sugar bad? I'm not a scientist, but 1 in 3 Americans are on track to have diabetes due to the amount of sugar found in every single food. Try to find one loaf of bread that doesn't have sugar in it. Or like try to shop in general for things that don't have sugar in it. It's really difficult. We're just adding sugar into everything. Only daily sugar I need is from Andy. How do I ban chatters from here again? Nah, that's from fluoride is a crazy take. Wait, people are getting diabetes from fluoride? America's food and drug laws are probably the least strict out of every country. Yeah, if you do like a Google search, it's like, what's legal to eat and produce in America food-wise, but illegal everywhere else? There's like a laundry list of like, we're using like bleach to clean our chicken, I think. And we're just now getting around to banning food coloring, like red 40 and yellow 5 and all that. Even the air is full of sugar. Look, I'm not trying to get on like a soapbox and like preach to you guys, but you guys know I just stopped drinking soda when I was like in 6th grade because it made me feel awful. But I think you get used to it and like eventually, like if you stop drinking soda for like 6 months and then you drink it again, you'll be like, ugh. I was misled about Cheerios being good for you. Good for your heart too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whatever. I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do. This is just how we're yapping. So I'm happy for you if you find the foods and drinks that you like and enjoy. Don't let me stop you. 1 in 3 Americans gonna get diabetes though. Keep that in mind. 1 in 3. 'Cause right now we're at 1 in 4. So what can you eat? Vegetables are sick. Salads. Eat meat sparingly. Go vegan, but you have to eat it like whole grain, plant-based products is the way to go. I'm not vegan. I'm not that disciplined. I like to eat crummy food. I'm literally making a pizza right now. Wait, what time? I forgot to set my timer. Here. 30 minutes. I gotta check on the I'm dehydrating vegetables right now. My whole thing is like try to avoid sugars and sweets as much as possible, and then like with presented with the option, try and just go with the healthier thing and eat healthier snacks and avoid. If it comes in a package, it's probably not good for you. Chex Mix, chips, crackers, cookies, Cheez-Its. Favorite sugar-free sparkling water is goated.
Flavored sugar-free sparkling water is goated.
I agree with that, but my dentist got mad at me for drinking it. It's like really bad for your teeth. And I'm like, dude, I can't have anything. But I drink coffee, and coffee is horrible for your teeth. So moderation. Dude, Mediterranean diet is actually the best. I was on the chicken shawarma. When I like broke my ankle and I couldn't work out or do anything, I was like, I lost weight initially. But then when I started working out again, I put on so much weight. And so I switched to Mediterranean diet for a while. I was like doing basically oatmeal and chicken shawarma like every meal. Yeah, chicken shawarma diet. Living in the Mediterranean is better than the diet. Big dentist is a scam. Dentist like, stop drinking it. It's bad for teeth. I'm sick of your money. Maybe you need a new dentist? I think that's like empirical evidence that like sparkling soda is bad for your teeth. It like rots away at your teeth. Dentist is working for big water. True. Teeth can suffer a little bit. Yes, I drink. I love coffee. I try to brush my teeth directly after, but sometimes I forget. Okay, Suburbia, after skating around, I'm still upset that a lot of these fences and such are not wall rideable, but some of them are. It's like really inconsistent. Like, why don't they make all these wall rideable? I think it's just an oversight. Like, I can wall ride this one, right? But I can't wall ride this chain link fence, right? Nope. And I think it's weird that I can't grind this lip of this quarter pipe. Like if it wasn't grindable in Tony 3, I would have made one and made it work. Can I wall ride this? Yeah. I think the borders of this map are an oversight. Like they haven't. Let's pivot from what food we should and shouldn't eat to level design. Okay, real quick. Just I'm gonna do that without you guys questioning me. All right, and it looks like this barrier you can't grind, which it totally looks like you can. Would have been a really nice addition. Being able to grind this and jump back. That would have made a really good addition, I think. That's the kind of stuff I wish would be off the rails in cruise ship. I know you're on a cruise ship, so it doesn't make sense, but being able to jump, like side jump, where there's only one option would have been nice. Spar how every stream involves a food discussion. Look, to give you guys the sauce, and we've already talked about this, talking about food equals engagement. Everyone can relate to food. Everyone has passionate takes about food, and it all started from I actually got it from someone named Floop, who was a drummer on Twitch, who I met and I still talk to occasionally at TwitchCon 2019. He would farm engagement by asking, all right, 1 in chat if you like chicken tenders, 2 in chat if you think chicken nuggets are better. And so it was just like immediate, like just 50 out of the 100 people in stream would like respond. And so it's like, dang, okay, food. And so whenever the conversation would die, I'd be like, so what's everyone's favorite fast food? And then it's, oh, Wendy's is better. It just gets like, it's for engagement. But sometimes we naturally just talk about food because I love food and I'm into food. Shout out to food. So you admit you're manipulating us? No. I'm not trying to train you guys into what to think or to believe or how to act or behave. No. Oh my god, you want to manipulate me? No way. Hey, like we got a sub out of that. Thanks, Dennis. Yeah, overall, Suburbia is better than Tony 3 for sure. Like, we got grindable curbs, and there's like some wall rides that are supported now, and a lot of this has been cleaned up. Can we wall ride this? Yeah, we can. Like, we can wall ride the sides of the houses and such now, which is better. but you bonk your heads on the gutters and stuff, which kind of renders them a bit useless. I wish they would have cleaned all that up. One in chat if Andy tries to manipulate us. Two in chat if you don't think he does. Is there an upper limit to how many times you should brush your teeth? I've been seeing people say once a day is better. I always try to do after I drink my coffee in the morning and then before I go to bed at night. But I don't know if there's a limit. Can you just like brush your teeth like 7 times a day and then like dentists are super stoked? Or is that too much? Do you get like a receding gum line if you do that? Wolf, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Breaks your enamel down. Interesting. I don't know. This is like the question. You guys know like roundabouts, like in streets when you drive cars. Like technically, you could drive into a roundabout and never exit. You just like take the roundabout forever. Like how long can you do that before a cop comes up and's like, "Hey, you can't stop doing that." I don't know. To be honest. I missed a dono. What was that? Hans. Tips by any tips. What's up? Thank you for the 14 Zollery dues. What are Zars? Z-A-R? I don't even know, but thank you for the dono, Hans. It's technically loitering. I am goofy in real life. Yes, that's why my skater's always been goofy. What's up, Gulia? Okay, real quick. Here's some engagement farming. How many times a day do you brush your teeth? And be honest. So roundabouts are bad for enamel. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. 2 to 3. 0? Goodness, twice. 0. It's a scam by Big Toothpaste. 2 on weekdays, once on weekends. This all started because who came in? Arson Mommy was like, "What is this coffee slander?" And then we went on this whole tirade. I got passionate, started yelling. I want to take a red pen to Suburbia, but a lot of it involves really heavy redesigning it. Like if we want this cul-de-sac, you have to make it a lot bigger so you could fit the cul-de-sac and other things bordering it, I think. Is it appropriate to call teeth brushing cleaning your bones? Huh. There's a thought. Yeah, I kind of hated that too. So my main concern or like criticism of this level is like all this open space where it's just like, what do I do in here? It's like the biggest part of the map. It's like the highest amount of real estate and there's just nothing going on. Like these ramps out here kind of give the vibe of like an actual suburbia with like kids just putting out a kicker ramp and like that's it. That's cool. Like my immersion is fully encapsulated and taken, but it's not fun in this game. Like I've never gone out of my way to be like, you know what, I'm gonna go hit these ramps. Not once. So in Tony 3, the grind on the curbs that you couldn't grind these in Tony 3, but you can in this game. So this is already making this level better, and I think that's great. But if it were up to me, I would maybe consider what are on the border of these to feed in and out of the circular line, like around the border of the map or throughout. Like what makes a good Tony Hawk level is when you have like this circular line, just like getting abstract, and then like so you're like going around this line, you know, in a circle, like picture like Rio. But then you have like options to like side jump out and then go this way and like hit a half pipe or like whatever, and then you can like hop back on the line. And then like maybe over here, you can like jump over here and jump on this other grind here that does this. And now you're connecting inside the outer circle and going throughout it. So it's like you basically have like a big O, a big 0 that like dictates your flow throughout the level, but then you have like other zeros within it. Or you could say like, oh, you know what, this level is going to be an 8 with an option like this. And then there's like a thing to session in here. You know, there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat. And for Suburbia, it's always been super difficult to find the outer flow or to find a scoring line. And it's usually something super convoluted with little nitpicky grinds and such. Or you're stuck to like this area of the level, or maybe just like behind the house. And I think that maybe considering what this is going to be, like this outer line of the fences is a good boundary, but it's very inconsistent. You can't always grind it or wall ride it. And like some of these quarter pipes you can't grind or side jump to and from it. And like there's a lot of little whatever. Basically what I'm trying to say is like establish this outer line, which has not been established. And once you do that, you could start feeding to and from these quarter pipes and these kickers that are kind of here. This doesn't really work. And you could, you know, have options from your outer line. Then you start like bringing these other elements that I think are good, but they don't feed in and out very well. And then whatever, but once you work those out, you could probably think about putting a quarter pipe here in here or something, and sort of, I'm basically trying to like line this into, like, if we want this to be a focal point in a sessionable area, you kind of have to like start outlining it in quarter pipes and like a rail that goes across the street and back, or something, or like a big hump with a rail on top, or like there's a lot of different ways to do it, but it becomes not a cul-de-sac anymore. So I don't know what the fix is other than like kind of like a complete redesign. Trying to make a fun cul-de-sac I think is really difficult because you have to have this big circle. I would almost maybe consider making this road a pass-through instead of a cul-de-sac, which starts to make a lot more sense, I think. Yeah, I would almost agree with that much more. Just like I already started having ideas of like, you know, putting planters and like New Jersey house on this side, you know, where they have like the ledges out front and like stuff to grind. And to me, that's more exciting. But this is all like hindsight 2020. Obviously, designing levels in the era of Tony Hawk 3 like wasn't a science at that point. But it's like one quick fix is like, what if we made the cul-de-sac dip down in elevation? And then now this is all a quarter pipe, you know, on the outside. Like maybe that would be better. But I think people will get stuck here. And it's like, so maybe you create a roll-in. I just think it doesn't really lend itself. Like it's almost like a bomb went off here, and now this whole thing is cratered, and now there's strangely an ice cream truck driving in a circle. Yeah. Whatever. I've critiqued Suburbia in past videos, but for those of you who are new, I haven't. You know, maybe you are interested in that sort of thing, but the vibes be chill. Yeah, someone called me out and said, Jaro TV said, this stream is titled Actually Playing the Game, and I'm just like, not playing. But hey, we were playing majority of the time, okay? What I'm doing here is just playing through every level and just trying to point out what's better about it in this version and what is consistently bad about it from this version and the older version. I feel like, why are we skinning cats? I feel like that's what makes me unique as a streamer and player, is that I have level design experience, so a lot of people seem to want to know my takes on that stuff. So I don't think I'm like the arbiter of what is right and wrong in Tony games, but I just have like a lot of experience, so I can weigh in. Did we finish all the goals and gaps? Yes, we did. Something I appreciate here is like they added these little like these things. I don't know why, but like art probably is like, oh, it makes sense. Like it looks good. Leave it alone. But I do appreciate that the designer took time to make the visible collision non-existent, and they made invisible collision so you could like carry your wall ride through those. That took extra effort from the level designer to do. So I appreciate that attention to detail, because if they were phoning it in and they didn't care, they'd just be like, yeah, whatever. It's just like, you can't wall ride that anymore. And you could in the old ones. So shout out to the designer on this level for doing that. And these used to be able to wall ride. Can you not in this version? You can't. Why can I not wall ride these? And these things right here have me like riled up, because I was like, you know, we saw like the Jamie Foy preview where he was grinding down these escalators, and so we could only see those QPs from here, and it looks like there's no chain link fence on them. And I was like, why would they just destroy this like crucial quarter pipe like that recurs throughout this entire terminal in favor of like good looking art? Like, you know what I mean? And then you get closer, you're like, oh, it's like a collidable right up chain link, which is inconsistent with the chain link fences that you cannot wall ride on, I might add. But I'm so glad they like went the route of, no, you can still skate and use these. Did you know Rune Glifberg has never done a Christ Air? I didn't know that. Shout out to John Designer for making these levels good. Yeah, and it's funny because like, can you reach the roof in these? You can, right? Ooh, almost. So much energy was wasted discussing the terminal gates. Yeah. Okay, you can. Pro tip, the gate gap at 540 shove it goal is much easier. You know what I found is that you can transfer over these like that, get the gate transfer, revert, and then do the 540 shove it here, and it'll give you the thing. You don't have to do it in the same deal. But you can also, didn't we get credit for it by like, maybe like drop down Wally and we get it? How did we get it that one time? What's up, Emma? Just has to have in the trick string, yeah. It's the same for all those required trick gap goals. You just get the gap, then you can do the trick wherever. Wait, what did we just bonk on? Something I do appreciate, there was a bounce back in Tony 3 and the Thug 2 remake of Airport. There was like a bad area right here where if you wall ride this, and like if you wall rode this all the way across this corner and then touch this, you would bounce back. And it's not in this version, which I very much appreciate. I don't have to worry about ollieing out early, or else my comma would be ruined. Levin cheats at Yahtzee? Yeah, that adds up. That makes a lot of sense. I've never played Yahtzee with Levin, but that adds up. Which THPS can you get off your board? Thug. I think this ledge is new, isn't it? I don't remember this ledge being here, which I appreciate. And I almost feel like, and I think I got pump faked in the preview trailer. I thought that ledge, this was grindable here. Like this shiny bit up here above my head. I thought this was a grind. I was like, dude, I'm here for that. I think that would be an excellent addition. Because you could do it over here. Right here. And I wouldn't be opposed to it like starting up there. And maybe you have to jump across this LED panel and then continue again here. But they bring it in here, it stops, it kinks out, and then I think it starts again here, which this grind is new. And I'm for it. I think that it makes a lot of sense to add it. almost in like any Tony level where you have like a building with the grind on top and then another wall right above it, like I'm for it. Like downtown and Thaw, East LA and Thaw, Beverly Hills and Thaw, all those levels had them. It's really good. Should have put a P guy at the urinals. Oh god. Oh yeah, robot line. Can we, let's try the I don't know the best place to start, but this is the line we did in Tony Hawk 3 to get scores. See, look at all those shuffle gaps. Grind this to turn around and just find your way back to the like 540 or 720 air. This is like totally not efficient in these games because there's no grind in between all these manuals, but whoops. This was it. We used to do this for hours, and this was like where we found shuffles and like how to do them and that it was a thing. I wish we could grind the tops of those little things. As you do, there's this how to shuffle video on my YouTube. Explains it in detail. If you don't know how to do this shuffle. I really wish I can grind the top of that in a circle. Those were in Thug 2, but they weren't in Tony 3. And they aren't in here. Just being able to grind the tops of this right here. Like for some reason it just knocks me off. Like it's like the grind is there, but it's like buried in the geo or something, so it kicks me off. Whoop. It's crazy because it's almost more efficient to just cruise for multiplier instead of doing the shuffle thing, because you have to manual 4 times in a row without a grind in between to do that line over and over. I don't know. Oh, I almost bailed there. Love airports so much. Oh. Oh. Yeah, airport still slays. It's good. I would say that it's like uniquely and very narrowly better than Tony 3's airport. It's like right here, you can wall ride in the Tony 3 version, you can wall ride these. June says, "What's up, Mace?" Hey, June. Good to see you. Yeah, there's no 251 multiplier limit. It's interesting. This negative space here. What did they do? Huh. And there's no Taco Bell there. Yeah. Yeah. You can wall ride these. You can grind the tops easily. But something that confuses me, they made the tops of these lights non-skatable, but they're flat. So I'm like, ooh, I can manual these, but they don't let you. They made them non-skatable, which like makes them prone for exploits. So if you like grind it, drop down, you just sort of float off. It's better than 3's airport, he says as looking at the Taco Bell. Don't do that. No, I'd say it's better because you can wall ride these things, which were not. They added more ledges. What I will say is like the ceilings aren't high enough. I called this out in the preview video for Jamie Foy and Airport and such, but in Thug 2 they had to raise the roofs here because you can get so much more air in Thug 2. You'd always bonk your head, And it's like, it's curved, so it pushes you towards the middle, which is better, but I would rather just not get stuffed by the ceiling. It's like really prominent wall rides on both escalators. So it's good, but not as good as Thug 2's airport. I think that ledge there was grindable in 3 and Thug 2. Taco Bell selfie girl is a vibe. What's her at, you think? Just asking for a friend. Should we take a selfie with her? Can we do that? Oh, I didn't even touch you. So dramatic. The clap with the phone in the hand is a vibe. Oh, that's not a girl. Let's move on. Maybe. What else? What else is new? Oh yeah, let's go to the baggage claim. Oh, you know what I really appreciate is that when you would go through this scanner on Tony 3, it would do that beeping sound, and it would be tied to your camera. So as you went through it and skated away, see how it trails off? It's like a static sound zone in the level. In Tony 3, it would be attached to your camera and would just remain super loud. And so literally, I would never skate through it. I would always wally over it or go over it so I wouldn't have to hear it. But now it's like, fresh. Added foliage to the top, which I'm for because it's all non-collidable. It doesn't matter. Looks better, sure. Can we still grind this up here? Yes. Yeah, okay, that's the same spline. I was just checking. That's nice. Yeah. Okay, and then so they added these barriers up here. There used to be a thing I've talked about this before. Like King of the Hill in Tony 3, I used to get the crown and I would wally this wall over this chain link fence and you could go through that glass back into the main building. And like no one knew, well, not no one, but eventually everyone figured it out. But it was such an easy way. You could also land in the grass out here. And so you can get behind the fence and people would be they would just be looking at you standing there and they couldn't get to you. Just like, how do I get the crown? But I think they fixed it here. I think they added, is it just an out of bounds thing? What happens? Oh, it's just an invisible wall. So they fixed that, huh? And then additionally, you could do it on this side and then skate on top of an invisible collision and nobody could get you unless they knew to wally up here. So they fixed that here, which is nice. And then there you could jump this wall without having to grind down like that, which is like arguably faster if you had the crown. So they fixed that too. I won't read this. Okay, I'm just checking to see if that's the same spline, because if it isn't, that would be a nice robot line. Do I look like I know? Do I look like I know what a level boundary is? Yeah, I can't believe they removed the guy peeing in the airport. This game is woke. Just kidding. There was never a guy peeing here. The grass out there doesn't have collision in this game? Oh, interesting. Wait, so can I fly through it in photo mode? Ban Andy. Yeah, sure. Wokage. Why does it put me over here? What? It's getting further. What? What was that about? Is it because I wasn't above skate collision, or what was that? Is collision preventing me to go? I do hate that you cannot rub up against the ceiling and continue forward. Oh my god, there's a seam in the level. My immersion. Because it's the last place you're in photo mode? But yeah, but that shouldn't be a thing. It should, like, take me to where I am. And then if you, like, do photo... Oh yeah, did it again. But then if you hit left, it usually takes you to the player camera. So it takes you where the skater is, but it never did that. Oh, it's all bugged out. Also, what was that? We can see the terminal, the outside of it over there on the right. I feel like it's like, oh, you're outside the boundaries. We're going to put you somewhere random, like, or like where you were last. I can't go any higher than this. Maybe that's why, is because I am above the bounds of photo mode. And so it's just throwing me where I was last. Did we just find the only bug in this game? I think so. Do we just become best friends? Yup. All right, we've been playing Airport for a while. I do think Airport is a S tier level. I think that's a popular opinion. Especially if you played not Counter-Strike, Capture the Flag. Airport is like a must. A must-have on your, like, top maps in Tony 3. A lot of repetitive obstacles. To me, that doesn't really bother me. I would argue that it doesn't. Like, there's only 2 walkways like this and 2 escalators. But I'm not even mad at that. I feel like that's totally fine. That's like... I'm trying to think of an equivalent, but it's like ledges and rails are kind of like the entire game. And there's already less ledges and rails in this level than most games. 2 bathrooms. Yeah, it's almost like this is a copy pasta, but I'm so for it. Because it works. It doesn't need anything more fancy. I'm also like hard pressed to figure out what else they could do. Like maybe a gate waiting area. They kind of do that, but they don't really. Wait, did I just go through that? I need to check on my dough and the red peppers that are dehydrating in the air fryer. Yeah, like this is sort of a waiting area, but this is like a pre-2001 airport, so it's just, I don't know. Also, this is like a gate waiting area, but it's like not exactly what any of us are used to if we've ever been to an airport. This is not what they look like, but I like it. Yeah. Because I could totally see, like, how do we... I'm just going to do this, and we're going to just use this as a blank canvas. Wait. Whatever, this is fine. Because I think if you made, like, you come down from the escalators like this, and then you have, like, basically this... I'm just making a square just for the sake of layout. But you could have... it's interesting. Almost like indentions that lead... No, I almost want to... Well, you could do both. Just thinking out loud here. But you could have like a divider. And then like a gate access would be there. And then you could have chairs, long rows of benches where people are waiting at the gate. These would have to be... They would have to start or stop down here. And then you could have like the gate agent booth here. So like the flow would be this way. And then kick you along this way. And then maybe there could be a quarter pipe at the end so you could session it. Or it could be a bench. So basically you're using all the chairs.
I'm bored with this game. Can you stream Disney Extreme Skit?
Yeah, I'll get right on that. Coconut, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Appreciate it. So it's like you could basically, if you have your escalator here, and then you have these indentions in the map, like instead of having the walls or maybe a combination of both, you could have like these gate waiting areas that, you know, are divided by these walls and such. And like maybe there's like a shop here that you could spine transfer over, like to and from. So you have like the benches for waiting, the glass with the plane. This is my plane right here outside. So you can have this be glass. You can watch outside. These are waiting benches. This is a spine that takes you to and from the next ones. And like maybe this wraps around. And so when you come down the escalator, you have a choice to make to take this line to curve you this way. Man, there's a lot of potential. Airport 2, let's go. I think that would be, I'm kind of into that. I wouldn't get on that plane. Better get on that plane. I think it'd be fun to make like Airport 2. I would 100% love to make Airport 2. Overpriced hot dogs. QR code menus. CW dog. Thanks for the prime. Welcome in. Airport without a bar. Oh, interesting. Andy makes airplane noises when he guides the cheese into his mouth. Insane chat message. Insane. Like that's like Hall of Shame level right there. All right, let's move on. I love this level, so I could just play this forever. Oh, I need to check on the veggies. Watch the skater. Keep an eye on him. Oh, look at this. It's not going to be my best dough. The veggies are looking good. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I did rush the dough from the bowl to the pan, so it's like not as fluffy as I would like, but there's still a chance. Okay, I'm gonna mute for this. Okay. And when you design a level, what's the first thing you do? I make a list of the things I want to do in the level in Notepad. So for Tony level, it would be like, okay, well, what level am I doing? Like if it's Washington, D.C., I'll be like, what buildings and areas do I want to include in this? I'll make a list. And I'll start like a blank canvas and just start plopping down squares and be like, here's where Freedom Plaza is going to go. Here's where the FBI building is going to go. Here's where the Navy Fountain Memorial is going to go. Here's where the library is going to go. And I just start making it all like moving things around and like trying to make it work. Because it just, it's so the iteration times are much faster in Notepad than like trying to just blank canvas a 3ds Max file and like modeling out things and trying to place things before you even know what you're going to place. Yeah, levels border. Yeah, the other thing is like, okay, let's assume this, our budget and bandwidth generally says that you cannot go above a 500 by 500 box or square. And so I would say, okay, I'm going to create a 450 by 450 and just like, maybe it's not a square, maybe it's a rectangle, or maybe it's that big L, maybe it's a U that connects at the top or in the middle or something, and just start trying to make all the pieces connect. When you were making DC for Proving Ground, was there any building or notable thing you wanted to add but couldn't? Originally, the capital level was supposed to be the reflecting pool level. I'm trying to remember correctly. And I think it was called Monuments before. But when I was trying to design the reflecting pool, because you know, like, you guys know what that is? The reflecting pool in DC? It's like, it's just a big long fountain surrounded by grass. And in Proving Ground, there was a lot of emphasis on the wrong syllable. On slowing the skater down if you skated in grass. And no matter how many bits of plywood or ledges I put in, or picnic tables in the grass I was like, this just isn't fun. I'm just like skating on grass and it's super slow, and I'm just trying to avoid going to my area. And so then eventually, yeah, big Forrest Gump moment was there, exactly. And eventually it became periphery, periph to the capital. So like the actual level was moved beyond the boundary of what the real level was, or became to be. Trying to think what else. I think for the most part, I got what I needed in DC. I could go over the design of that at some point, but there's some made up spots that I needed to put in for the sake of the skater flow, mixed in with like real life locations that was like very true, sort of. But did I make any level that was unusable? I started over. There was a lot of prototype levels that I made with the intention of them not being used, because it was just way too out there and didn't make sense. I was like, this is just for fun, just in between projects. I'm just gonna make whatever. That's a big word. Do you guys, one in chat if you don't know what periph means? Two in chat if you do and you just want to show off. Big college word. I feel like it's not really a college word. Okay, for those of you who don't, maybe just whatever. That boat out there, all those boats, all the things that you don't see that are in your peripheral vision, stuff that's just like filling the space, the gaps out in the periph, it's non-skatable, just stuff that's occupying space. That's non-interactable is periph. I forgot even how and why we got on that. Oh, because of DC. Oh, there's a shark in here? Look at these sharks. Look at all these tanks. Well, but English is my second language. That's fair. Okay, so Skater Island. I feel like I don't really need to skate this anymore. It's kind of mindlessly around. Skater Island's based on a real life place, and apparently it's pretty accurate, even though it doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't skate well. I don't like this. I think even in 3, it was something that was avoided. And I would argue that Chicago and Carnival would be way better than Skater Island. I think 99% of the community would agree with that. Best part about it in this version is like most of these walls you could wall ride consistently. And this long rail is the best part of the level. It's like a nice like fail safe. where it's like there's all these little bitty grinds that kink you, and it kind of leads you into like question marks, like that. And these little like grinds will hold on.
Actually having fun this time?
Oh, what's up, Spaz? Thank you for the 27 months. That's to be determined. But yeah, I'm having fun. They're like grinding into this. Is this going to lead me to the next rail? It doesn't. So it's okay. Do I jump and grind this? Am I going to reach it? Okay. There's a lot of little small grinds that don't connect, and it feels very crammy. And like this fun box, I just scale it. I just, you know, soar over the entire thing. I don't land on the downslope. You know, and I feel like while it's accurate to the real life version, I do think more liberties should have been taken to make it skate better. One of the big things is like, see this ledge on the wall up here? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you could wall ride any of these walls in 3. And in this version you can, but you can't wally through the underside of this to grind that up there. Something we used to do in older versions of Tony Hawk games is make the top side of a ledge like that collidable from above, but you can not collide with it from below. So you'd be able to successfully, it happens so fast you barely notice, but if you wally and from under it, you go up and through it, but be able to land on the top side of it. So that would have helped us a ton. And I think there's other like even, yeah, like along this wall too, even. And does it continue? Yeah, it continues all throughout the level, and there's no place to get up on these ledges. It's super hard to get to this whole network of highlines up here. What's up, No? SpongeBob's secret makes this S rank a scorching hot take. I don't know about that. Yeah, and it doesn't hit. There's like not really an outer flow to it. And especially because the way you used to blow out these holes in the walls in Tony 3 was to grind the pirate flag. Like once you grind that, it would pan to a camera from outside, and the pirate ship would have cannons that would fire off, and it would blow these 2 big holes in the wall, or this 1 big hole, and then this gate would open. And there were things here that you could skate. So basically you had the option to skate with these, with this being closed or open, but in this version you just only get it open, which is a drag, but not too much because I'm not really playing this level anyway. I'm not looking forward to trying for 100 million in here. I would 100% look for someone else to make the line because I don't. That's not exciting. Oh look, there's another ledge here. Can I wall ride and grind it? No, I hit my hand on it. Man, should I? Here, let's get the snipping tool. I'm just gonna use this as like a canvas again. So if you have like if you're skating along and you're like inside and you're skating like here.
Do you have a favorite candy though, and pizza topper?
Favorite candy, I have to think about that. Not really. I guess like first thing that comes to mind is like a Twizzler. Favorite pizza topping is red pepper or green peppers. Okay, so if you're skating along for it, this is a perspective drawing. If you can't figure that out, it's not very accurate, but whatever, you get it. So if you have a ledge that sticks out like this, like it does in Skater Island. So if you try to wall ride this and ollie from underneath it, you just bonk.
100 million SpongeBob area.
You just thanks, Creed. So instead of making the ledge like that, and you don't want to make the underside non-collidable, so you could go up through it and then land on top. This is ideal. This is what. But if you can't do that, that's not an option. You can go with like the steps version of that. So like you go up and then there's like a step. So like you would do this, so that you'd like wally up this wall. You'd still be able to grind it, but it wouldn't be an overhang, you know, like this, or an awning. Sorry, it takes forever to straighten these out, so I don't ever hold it. You know what I mean? So you can go with the stepped version, which is what they could have done here. Like either of these options would have been valuable, I think. I think no one would really think about this stuff, and I think a small percentage of users would be appreciative, but I think there's a large chunk of players that wouldn't think about it and eventually learn to appreciate it because without thinking about it, because it's like, oh, there's like a whole accessible line now that, you know, they wouldn't know what wasn't there. They wouldn't have anything to compare it to, but at least they'd be able to access it a lot easier. You know what I mean? It's like I can't even. It's hard to get up here, man. Is there anything your Andy's Wario? Nerds gummy clusters? I had those and I was like, yeah, these are good. And then I looked at the sugar contents and I was like, good God. I'm shocked. Candy has sugar in them. Oh, everyone say hi. Sorry, I forgot to do this. Okay, thanks. Don't ask who you're saying hi to. It's not important. Okay. So I don't know. Skater Island to me is like it's a D tier in my opinion. I hate to say it because I know it's like kind of, I feel like everyone kind of has a fondness, like a nostalgia for it, but it's not my thing. LA is my favorite level of all time. The Tony Hawk 3 version of LA is the best, but the Thug 2 version is better in some small ways, so I prefer the Thug 2 version. And this version, the jury's out. I haven't skated around enough, but something I noticed right away is like the curbs are grindable, which is great. I think like whenever curbs are it's just like another option. Why not? But something that, it's like we have inconsistent curb heights. And I think, it's because they added another level here. So this doesn't look grindable, but it is. It's so low. And like you look at the height of this curb over here, and this looks grindable, especially with the red. Oh my God, this stretch texture. Oh my God. No way. I can't believe this one corner of the game is missing a UV map on it. Kind of looks like pastrami a little bit. Stared at it long enough. Let's see. Refund. Yeah. Unplayable. So yeah, it's like these, I'm all for this. But one thing that I did notice in my playthrough that happened to me a few times, this is a very prominent wall ride that I do in the blue building is what we called it. It's not really blue anymore. But you'd be bouncing along and then you try and, you know, wally this. But in this version, the curb is grindable. So you end up grinding instead of wallying, which is like, okay, it's an okay trade-off because I can like grind then wally. But it's just one of those things where it's like, man, they kind of lost what was there. But it's such a small nitpick that no one will think about. And I don't know if it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just something that changed. And I'm scared of change. Wait, can you grind that little thing up there? Remember when they hid the secret tape up here in Tony Hawk 3 PS1? I don't know if you guys played that. But up here, there was a quarter pipe against this wall and the secret tape was up there. And you'd have to like grind this wire would extend like across the street this way and it would lead you to it, so you'd have to jump off of it, hit the quarter pipe, get the thing. Anyway, what I would like to have seen is that ledge be grindable at the top. Can you grind the tops of the trailers? You couldn't in 3. Nope. To me, it could have been a good boundary piece to like Like figuring, like making this skatable over here instead of something you entirely avoid would have been a nice touch. But they didn't do it, which is fine. It's like at par with Tony 3. And you could wall ride these, but in Tony 3 you couldn't. Secret tape, we're talking about the deck. Did I say tape? Sorry, I meant deck. Did I say tape? I must have, because everyone's saying that. Oh, okay. Yeah, my fault, my fault. Dang, Chad, jeez. Okay. Something else I don't understand why they did. They closed off the entrance back here. I remember we were deep in a combo during our playthrough, and I was like, oh, I'll be able to like, where was I? I was like over here. I was like, oh, I'll go through. Oh, it's closed off. And it's, I don't know why they closed that off. I didn't appreciate that change. Also, are these still quarter pipes? They are. This was flagged as a kicker in Tony 3, and I think it makes more sense for them to be. Strangely, does that make sense? When you look at this, do you think a kicker or a quarter pipe? It looks like a quarter pipe. It looks like it should be a kicker up until you touch the blue. But what is it when I... Yeah, it's a vert. This should, like, I think the vert flag should start at the blue on these sides. But in Tony 3, it was a kicker into a wall. Oh my god. Marcos, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That was a large can of beans. Thank you. Thanks, Marcos. Claps in chat from Marcos. Good lord. You a real one. So, just back on track. Sorry, that was a large can of beans. Thank you, Marcos. Appreciate it. Subs from Brazil. Thank you. You know, the tier 3s are only like, what, $8 from Brazil, I heard. Okay, so this side was also a kicker. So if I wanted to get up to the top building or get up to the freeway for the goal or whatever, I'd be able to hit this and get up there easily. But anyway, it's different now. I think the change is like fine. I feel like I would rather have the best of both worlds and have a kicker and a vert, but anyway. What really gets me here is this guy. And I'm also hitting my head on the freeway here more often, it seems like. They put in a car here, and like it gets in the way of your side jump. So you have to be mindful of it now. It doesn't necessarily get, like, it's not like a ruiner, but it does get in the way. You have to think about it. And also, wait, does this grind all the way through? This shoots you in. And I remember one time in a playthrough, I tried to grind this red pipe. Like, it's non-collidable, which I appreciate. It's a new detail, but it looks like it's a grind. It looks like it's a bad grind. Like, it's kind of all jaggedy and it's short and it leads you into a wall, but both of these, I would delete them, personally. But I think I would make the environment artist unhappy. Yeah, so, I mean, this is all nook and cranny, like, whiny kind of critiques, but I think a lot of people like to hear this stuff. It's, like, level tier lists are kind of what I get almost, like, requested most on this channel. So that's what I'm doing. And, oh yeah, so on top of the El Rey, which used to be a strip club, I'm pretty sure, or, like, a provocative, some sort of, like, adult movie store here. They added these steps on top, which is fine. I appreciate that the attention to detail. They made like invisible collision so you wouldn't bonk into the side of them. I like that. But I do think more attention should have been made or paid so you could grind these. You can't grind it. You can only grind the bottom one. Oh, can you? I think the grinds are buried in the geo because I couldn't grind them before. Yeah, like that doesn't grind until I drop off. They only work sometimes. They're not working there. They're working 50% of the time. 50% of the time it works every time. And usually when you can't grind something and only works sometimes, it means the grind is inside the level geometry. Okay, wait, is the bottom one not grindable? Is that what's happening? Something fishy's happened there. It's inconsistent. And it looks like it would have been nice. I can't really tell. If each one of these, kind of spat, like basically you see how this wings out on the left? It'd be nice if they all did that. Because this ceiling is really low and I'm not trying to like jump out of it and bonk my head. It would help a little bit. Actually, raising that would have been nice too. But you can keep the depth of this guy, or the height of this guy, I think. It would have been an interesting piece to play with. I wouldn't have thought of this change, but I think it would make it... It definitely makes this more interesting up here. The neon lights and stuff. Devon! Hi, Devon. Yeah, but for the... Yeah, this wasn't wall rideable in 3. Can you do it here? No. Would have been nice. Can you wall ride the pillars? Nope. This still works well. I remember this transfer, but you can't go down the line. I remember that was an awesome transfer in Tony 3, especially for King of the Hill. Like, then you'd be able to grind on this wire after that ledge. But you're going so fast in this game, so... This is my biggest gripe of this entire level, I think, is this Taco Bell. Like, it's in such a prominent wall ride spot, especially when you're trying to get to the birds up there in career. And you, like, if you wall right here, you bonk your head. It's just a contained, like, thing. And I would rather this not be recessed inside as much. Or, like, create invisible collision that, like, leads you in and out. This has essentially become, like, complain about wall ride stream, but... It's a lot of level design. A lot of Tony Hawk design is, like, missing wall rides. Okay, what else? You cannot wall ride the backside of the billboard, I noticed. Which is a drag. Would have helped me a lot. You can't grind or wall ride this building, which is also very much a drag. That would have helped a lot. Can you do this one? You can. That's nice. What about this building? Nice. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. LA's still S tier. A lot of weird things going on. Little subtle things. Oh yeah, the grinds on the freeway. Good God. That was such a problem in the playthrough. See how it just kicked me off the rail? But it didn't that time? There's so much inconsistencies with the grinds here. Like, I'll jump and try and grind this in a pinch, and I can't. But sometimes I can. All of the freeway grinds are essentially, they need like a second look. Because they just don't work half the time. Can I grind the outside? Oh, you can. That's nice. What about this fence? No. This doesn't look grindable, but I would have liked to have seen it be an addition. Why aren't walls wireable by default? That's a great question. I don't know. I think there's a way to distinguish like layers, like the visual aspects that we're seeing in the level, like this, for example, is not the actual collision. The collision is a separate invisible entity. So anything that's vertical and invisible, I would argue as a start could be wall rideable, but that also means that the tops of vert would be wall rideable, which doesn't make sense. But other than that, other than the, like fixing those, I don't really have a compelling argument for that or against that. I love how I don't notice this because I'm awful. That's funny. Ooh, that's a nice. Yeah, anyway, we can move on. I really love LA. I think they did a good job with it. It's not like 100%, but I still think it's really good. Can we get more customization added? Are you assuming that I work for them? Because I don't. Yo, what's up, Jared? Kickflip left plus X or left plus square? True. Here's the kickflip. Oh my god, yeah, the biggest crime in this level is that you can't, like, this, whatever this is, these vines, I think are responsible for this wall not being wall rideable. I think these are, something is going on. I can't wall ride this main wall on this level, which leads you into, like, one of the main lines in the level. It's just, maybe it's not. Is it collidable? Can I collide with these vines? No, the wall's just not wall rideable. So this is, yeah, that should be fixed. Do the devs use OG collision for the stages? Do they make, I mean, they could start from them, but they end up modifying them a lot, I think. And a lot of the visual geo from the older games is the collision for the old games. There's only rare cases where there's like additional invisible collision. This level sucks. What rank is Tokyo? Because to me, it's like a C at best. I don't think Tokyo's that good. I never did. In fact, I think most of Tony 3 was like, you know, there's LA and Airport, and that was like kind of it. What else? There's no other really good levels. Oh yeah, Rio is good. I think it's a C. C, maybe D even. Like, I think this, man, I wish, how do you make the camera go faster in photo mode? That'd be super helpful. Okay, is it? Roll, camera, player, free. Can you make it go faster? I don't think you can. You know, like, it would be sick if I could hit L3 to, and R3 to like, or like just L3 to. I'm afraid to press select because I think it'll crash the game. Yeah, it aesthetically, like visually, this level is great. Especially in Tony 3, it looked really good too. It got me all hyped for the game before it came out. Change FOV, cam moves quicker. That's not how that works. I think this outer catwalk line is really good. And I think these outer lines are really good, but it's kind of convoluted. It's hard to follow. You have to like really memorize what's going on in these walls. And same with this side. But it's yeah, it's really good. But other than that, that's kind of like these pieces that take you over. I think these are too big. And as a consequence, that, like, I think they had to leave this empty. Like, I'm not sure how you fill this space. So I never end up in the middle here, and I always avoid these. So basically we have like a solid outer line. It's not that solid. I wish I can go. Can I encapsulate the whole level? Maybe if I do the FOV. THPS Pro free cam. Yeah, that's actually true. I thought about installing THPS Pro before the stream today. We sort of get what we need here. $30 minutes. How long has it been? Sorry, I'm trying to take a screenshot. It's not letting me. There we go. How long has it been? What was my first timer? I think we need another 30 minutes. We might be just making a pizza and eating the pizza on stream before I have to go. Okay. Let's see. So here's my take on Tokyo is like, I like all this. I like the catwalk. Like this side jump line is good. I like how it goes around. It's like really easy to read, and getting up to it is good. Like it. This piece I do like. And this area works pretty well too, especially on 23. You can get way more vert air on 23. This is like an interesting cap to the level. What I don't like is this. When you basically exit from this rail and you're going this way, you're kind of like, okay, question mark, what do I do? And same with this side. Like, this is so far away. And it's a really high quarter pipe, especially in this game. Rolling up high quarter pipes mid combo is like the main problem with Tony 1 and 2, I would argue. It's very inconsistent. Like in Tony 3 and 4 and all those old games, you get so much more vert air than you can in this game. It's so hard to even get a 540 out mid combo on a vert, especially when it's this tall. Like you can't even really reach the lip to grind it. So that is something that I wish they'd fix from 1 and 2 to 3 and 4, and how you could tell that it's literally the same handling as 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So I think the best thing to do would be to figure out how to maybe ditch. Sorry, I'll give you all these lines. I'm spitballing here. This is probably not the best idea, but I would look at how to connect these handrails with this side of the level from both of these, because they're very prominent lines, and here too. And then how to connect them into these high lines better, and so they're more readable. Like maybe they all needed consistent ledge language where it's like an emissive blue or an emissive anything, or some sort of cohesive thing going across this side of the level and this side of the level, but it doesn't read that well to me. And this whole area reads as a dead end. I try to avoid it at all costs. And you can't access the secret area mid combo. So the secret area is virtually useless. And the quarter pipes are so high in the secret area that you can't get up to a rail 2 grind at mid combo. So there's no point in going there unless you just want to hang out, which is totally fine. But from a combo perspective, it is not helpful. And it's been that all those points of feedback is valid in the Tony 3 version of this level too. I do like how in this version more walls are flagged. So you start in the secret area, it's not worth it. You burn all your balance just trying to leave the secret area. Like it would have been more useful, I think, if there was a teleport somewhere in there. Or like what if this, like if you, that would have been a play, dude. Like if you access the secret area, it opens this and then you could access it from here. Or like some other rail or something that would lead you to and from. That could have been a play. But it kind of is a redesign. It could like be too easy. But like I'm not manualing up this or vert tricking into this mid combo. Ain't no way. And then to get out of here, you can't grind the side of this. And you can't grind this anywhere. So it's there's nothing leading you in or out. It's a no man's land. You burn way too much balance doing that. And there's nothing advantageous in here. I don't think you gain anything by being in here. Maybe spine down gives you more. Nah. Yeah, that's okay, but it's not really worth it. Because like, okay, let's do one revert. Oh, never mind. And then try and leave. Oh. Okay, hold on. Maybe it'd be easier if I like... No. I thought there'd be a lip up there. Okay, let's... I think if I level out... Nope. Let me cook. Oh. Oh, that's a good way to leave. And then... Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. It's like you get up to the exit and you can't grind that ledge that's at the top at the entrance. Like, I don't think you could in Tony 3. And I certainly understand why you can't. This is such like a ledge that leads you into the side of a handrail. Like, it doesn't make sense from a design standpoint. But if some extra work was done to make this transition accessible to lead you in and out, that would make all the difference. You get wings this game but no sun hat? That is true. Is Tom in here? Yeah, we're actually playing the game. What's up? Birdhouse bloom the long way. Yeah, okay, what are we ranking this level? I forgot. I think it's like a C. Tops. I don't think it's B. I don't think it's D. I think C is accurate. But it got better in this version, but it definitely makes it harder to skate because the quarter pipes are still just as tall. And in this game, it's really hard to get speed and air on quarter pipes. In general, and when your quarter pipes are tall, it's just like you try and avoid them all, like at all costs mid-combo. Okay. Cruise ship. Okay. You can do polls on YouTube. That's nice. I'm not going to set up a poll for every map, but if the mods want to, feel free. We need like some sort of software or an overlay that like we can poll both Twitch and YouTube chat and it'll like overlay in the stream. That would be sick. I would use that a lot. Did you know they show you the stunt gauntlet and the goal camera? Yeah. Like, I think the changes they made to cruise ship makes this map better. Like, this ledge is new. I'm not sure the decision behind that because when you go up this quarter pipe, it bonks you. Like, I'm not sure what they were thinking. It makes me think why or what would be better. Like maybe a kicker would have been a play actually. Can't pull out mobile. Mobile? Where's Mitch? So if you get rid of this and then you put like basically a kicker. So that way when you go up this and come back down, quarter pipe, you're not bonking into the side of something, and then you have like a long broad stroke grind. The raised, if this is the raised end of the quarter pipe. But maybe it's not this long. Maybe you just make it like as wide as this guy. And you could probably keep this shape. Like you could like make this a kicker on this side so you don't bonk into it. Or it's like maybe it goes around the whole thing. So it's like that. Like a Rio planter. You know what I mean? Oh. I'll pop my foot. All right. Where's the cruise going to? That is a good question. But I will say, one of the main things I noticed right away is that from this flag wire, you could not reach from the Tony 3. Like, you couldn't do this. Which I really appreciate. It's, like, way more accessible. And I think that was a happy accident because I'm pretty sure you couldn't invert the high lines at the height that they were at. So they had to lower the entire thing and they made them droop. Because before it was like a tight wire. It didn't droop at all. And so I think they had to lower it for the invert here. And as a result, you can grab it from this kicker, which I think is better in both cases. Oh yeah, in the Sunbathers bail you. Yeah, I'm at a firm belief that no NPC or car should hit you. I think like in Tony 3, all the women would knock you over, but you can knock over the guys. And these guys don't look like they knock you over. And I ran into them so much in our solo tours. It's like a nice touch, you know, looks good, whatever, but I would rather be able to knock them over or just like go right through them or something. What's up, Risa? Hey, Trago. Yeah, no, I'm not in this game in any capacity. So can I shuffle the top of this? Because I remember Tony 3, this fat ledge, you can only grind one side. And it was weird to me. Yeah, you can only grind one side of this ledge. I don't know why. Something else they changed was adding the teleports from the bottom. So if you notice, like, here, leads you to the top, which I appreciate. And, dang, I need water. So I like how they broke up this rail and 90-degree whiplashed us into the teleport. But something they didn't think about in seemingly any teleport in the game, which I would have called out right away to anyone making teleporters in Tony Hawk games, is that inside the teleporter room, you basically need a flat collidable ground. And can I get in here? And like basically these doors should be non-collidable 100%. So you cannot collide with them. And this ceiling should be non-collidable. And the walls. So basically you're just, once you get in here, you will not hit your head, run into the wall or whatever. But there was a couple times throughout the playthrough where I would have like, you know, a huge combo brewing. I'm after time. I'm trying to get the last skater impressed. And then I do that. And then it doesn't teleport me when I go into the doorway. And instead I'm like just stiffed. And the other thing that I try to do in almost any teleport in any of the Tony Hawk games is jump. Because if I'm holding a manual for over half a second, it's already burning my balance. Like so much. So I try to jump through it. But in all the teleporters in this game, you bonk your head going through it and it stiffs your combo and you bail. And so, okay, so another thing, the way this mainly differentiates from this game to 4, oh my god, it's so slow. I really wish there was a control to make this like scroll speed faster. Oh, and I can't go up anymore. Whatever, I'll just keep it on one side. So I'll try to make this quick. I think a lot of people want to see me like play and not yap. Oh, A tier won the poll. I didn't even know a poll was going on. So let me cook for a second. So the biggest problem with cruise ship in 3 is that when you inevitably, the flow leads you all to the back end of the boat or the front end of the boat. And you can assume that, like, just for the sake of not scrolling in photo mode, we're only showing the back end. But in Tony 3, the way that grinds worked, like, these are all new segments. So, like, these are all recognized as new rails in this game. But in Tony 3, these are all the same rail. So if you grinded here, jumped, grinded here, jumped, grinded here, your balance is toast. And you have 0 options throughout this entire portion. Because there's no way for you to combo up to the upper decks once you're at the bottom. There's no way. You can, but you'll burn your balance. Like, it's not worth it. You will lose your combo. And so the only option is to grind the same rail 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times before going around. And it's interesting. It makes me think that these developers were listening to my level tier list stream, because you could see they added this break in the grind. And I have to, like, I have to assume that. Like, but the interesting part is that in THPS 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, these are recognized as new rails. So it's safe to jump here, grind here, grind here. You can grind this as many times as you want up until here. And the break is nice because you could jump here and then grind here and it's a new rail. So this changes everything. In terms of like a cruise ship, like, is this a good level? It's such a small thing, but it happens here on the back side of the boat, but it also happens on the front. It's off camera here. And the other thing is that you can wall ride these walls and get up to the next level. And not only that, they added this flag wire here. So if you go up this quarter pipe, grind this, you can get led up to the next deck this way. Or if you're coming from this way, you know, you could side jump or revert down and then wall ride up to the next level. But they forgot to make this thing shuffleable. That would have helped so much. And then in addition to that is like we have a teleport here with these new rails down here that point you directly into it. They just need to fix that, all the bonks inside the teleport that ruin your combo. Make this thing shuffleable. That would go such a long way. And so just like based on the grind mechanics alone, cruise ship is better in this game than it was in 3. So I'm not saying it's S tier, but what did I rank it before? A C? Like, I think it's up from a C tier. God, my foot. Yeah, it's definitely better. I gave it a D. That wouldn't surprise me. I think the other thing that they didn't pay attention to is like, if you aired on these quarter pipes above, you would 100% guarantee chance of airing out and being able to grind this wire on the bottom, and or the fountain. I think you would. You know what? I take that back. I think it was this wire that leads to the fountain. So it was how we like started our combo lines, but you do not in this version, which is unfortunate. But I appreciate this flag. I appreciate the teleport, the new grinds that lead you in and out. I appreciate the break. These I'm mixed on. I don't know what purpose these are serving. This doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, there's like 3 added teleporters, right? Which I really like. Next gen flower beds, yeah. Yeah, this flag above us right here, that's new too. What they really needed is something to lead us going from this way. Because when these flags lead us to the front and back of the boat, we're already getting there. Like, we don't need help getting there an additional way. But like, jumping straight is kind of a play. But it would have been nice to have like basically a flag like connecting from here, I think, like from this rail up to here, you know, or the other way. But I don't know if that would really work. Or, you know, maybe it happens like somewhere else. But yeah, it's funny they added these rails too, because I feel like they were watching my streams. But this, you can't jump off the end of this, and like you have to grind the whole rail, not jump, and then use a vert. And this seems like kind of like a risky vert up here. But just based on grinds or how they're handled alone in this game, compared to 3, makes this level better. Because it's safe for me to do this, and you couldn't do what I just did on 3. You would bail. So I'm safely able to do this. Oh, I can't grind that. I still would have much rather, well, not much rather, but it would have been nice to have additional grinds off the side of the ship. Like if I could go here, jump off to the side, grind something, and jump back. That'd be nice. So you guys gave it an A. I think it's at least a B now. In this game. I don't know about A. I'm pretty sure this is a new grind on the bottom here. I don't think that was there before, but I would have much rather seen this jut out, or rather bring the handrail in so you can grind this all the way down, all the way through. These are way too short. What's up, John? Anybody play Custom Parks? I haven't played online yet. I have no idea. I think it went from D to C minus. It's at least a C. Oh, whoa. Wait, does bailing into a teleport just break the game? Whatever. The takeaway is new flags, teleporters, and new grind handling makes this level better. But it's still like kind of got some work to be done. I would like to see more iterating. And like the biggest ledge in the level. Let's just teleport up there. The biggest ledge in the level. Ledges like this guy can't shuffle it. You can only grind one side. And then same with the other one on the other side. Which is kind of a crime, in my opinion. Oh, what about these? Anyway, let's move on. It's almost time to preheat the oven. Oh, whoops. Should we keep doing this, or do we just want to free skate? One, if we keep sort of like breaking down levels, or two, if we just want to chill and chat. 3 if speedruns, 4 if online. It's kind of a mixed bag here. Critique and thoughts on level design, interesting. Yeah, I just want to be clear that like I'm not the like some of the things that I say in passing about levels may not necessarily be true. Like it may not be easy to just do the thing and then it's better. Like there's probably other reasons that I'm not thinking of that are like, oh, if you do that, well then it's going to ruin this, you know, so you have to think of another solution. So I just don't want people to think I'm like the arbiter of like THPS fact, but these are just my knee-jerk impressions. Can we shuffle this stair set? No. This grind on the second step is buried in the geo, so I cannot side jump up the steps from it. It prevents me from doing that. So I can't shuffle up and take it up here. They never fixed it from the demo. Can't wall ride the sides of those pillars. That would have been sick. How do you shuffle? There is a tutorial on shuffling on my YouTube. I need to farm Reddit up dudes by taking it out of context. Dude, I got sort of sick on, was it Friday? And I'm feeling it right now. I'm like still recovering. And maybe eating pizza is not the best move for me right now. Oh yeah, the same reason for cruise ship is like that there's now that there's multiple segments in this wire, I can safely, like, you see how this rail curves? It's not a straight line. And so that means there's multiple segments. So it means that it counts as a new rail when you jump and grind. So it's safe to jump it, you know, and do this. But in 24, it was all the same. It kind of, those rules were different. So you couldn't safely do this. In this version you can, which is nice. So it's like same thing that we were talking about in cruise ship. This one's straight, so it'll hose your balance. I'm a programmer and there's always trade-offs. Hearing someone acknowledge that is refreshing. Oh, thanks. I'm okay with being wrong. Most of the time. Some of the time. Really never, if you think about it. Oh. Yeah, okay, I'm charging. Vote in the poll, ding dong. Yeah, what are we rating college? I'm assuming that's what the poll is. I can't see it. Will you be considering coming to the skate community in play and stream? Why is that in caps? I'm planning on streaming the new skate game, yes, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I like how I could still do these lines from back in the day. Also, we need justice for our QP over here. I still am just like, why, how, and just, I'm baffled why this quarter pipe is gone. How do you keep momentum during combos? Watch my 10 THPS. 10 basics to get better at THPS video. Short grind, short manuals, hold ollie while you manual. I'm so thankful that so many more of these walls are wall rideable. Like the entire ditch, and I think even this, you couldn't, the entire ditch you could not wall ride, which is so frustrating as a player. So those are fixed, but something else that always trips me up is the edges to the ditch. Like this one in particular, I can't grind it in this version or the Tony 4 version, but like if I'm comboing down this and I revert and I want to grind and side jump out, I can't. And it's something that I always try to do, even though it's such a short grind. Or wait here while Andy eats, you'll see the video. Yeah. Okay, don't perceive me. Vote in the poll. There's a poll going on Twitch, I guess, or I don't know. Over 400 viewers, but less than 50 votes. Vote in the poll, ding dong. Yeah, I think college is an S tier level. It's one of my favorite maps of all time. It's like a top 5 map for me. It's like LA Airport College. And what else am I missing? East LA. And everything else is a distant second place. Not Shipyard, no. Can't wall ride that wall. There's so many. It's crazy because they fixed so many non-wall rideable walls in this version. But still, there's some that I'm just like, why not fix them all? Even these pillars right here would have been nice to just include a wally plant. Like this one, infamously, and Tony 4, you would bonk your head on that rail or that ledge. So this was worthless. I would avoid this wall at all costs. But now you can do that. That's nice. Yeah, if I took a pen to this level, I wouldn't even know what to do because this level is really good. And it doesn't really need any like significant changes. Other than like, yeah, I can't grind this rail or I can't wall ride this wall. Like, for the most part, it's pretty good. I think I could get really nitty gritty, but it's like, it doesn't really need it. The top of this roof, I don't like how this spine leads you like that. I don't really know how to fix that, but I'm about to sneeze. Oh my god, the doot. Yeah, something I really dislike how they removed the kicker going up to here. I do not understand why they made this worse. It's such a small part, but I have bonked into that quite a bit. And additionally, let's call out the bottom of these stairs again. These used to all be kickers at the bottom of the ledges of all of these, and now they're gone. And I thought they were pretty great to be able to ramp up to the top of stairs if you wanted. Do you change your normal tricks or just use this skater? This is my creative skater. I have all the tricks that I like here. I watch you play PS1 college. You're so common here in comparison. Yeah, the PS1 is kind of cursed. Their version. And it's weird to me that they opted for walls that you cannot wall ride. Here, like why? It's like, okay, these vertical bars, those make visual sense on why you cannot wall ride those. Chain links, not so much. I think you should be able to wall ride every chain link fence in every Tony Hawk game. Especially because you can roll on grates, or like that quarter pipe in airport. All those quarter pipes in airport. Wasn't it Vivi that did PS1 version? Yeah. But what's with the sunglasses on top of the cap? The lore on the sunglasses, I used to have to drive to my stream room when I played drums, and I would forget to take my sunglasses off my head. And then, like, when I would remember, people would be like, where are the sunglasses? And so it just became like a thing for me in order to differentiate myself from other streaming personalities, especially when there was, like, white males my age playing drums, electric kits. Like, it was hard to stand out, and so I just thought, like, sunglasses is sort of like the thing, the gimmick. So if you line up 100 streamers side to side, I would be the one with sunglasses on my head. That's the only reason why I do it. You know, don't forget the spaceship. Yeah, and the spaceship also had sunglasses on it. When you have to go to work functions, do you tie your hair back and wear no hat? Yeah, sometimes. I mean, for the most part, I don't wear a hat to work or on Zoom calls or ever, really. But if it's like a work function, I like go out, sometimes I'll wear a hat, yeah. Yeah, there's been some angry YouTube commenters like, why do you have so many accessories on your head? Which is valid, but they get really upset about it, strangely. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about college. It's S tier. Oh, whoops. But yeah. You're like second to Floop in terms of the drum stream tech. Yeah, I think eventually I surpassed him because of the whole drum ship thing, and I had a drum counter and like lights and stuff, but semantics. Floop was a huge inspiration. This is funny, he's the second time his name has popped up today. Is college S tier in this game? Yeah, I agree. Like college in LA and airport are gonna be my most played maps in this game, 100%. I'm gonna get some water real quick. All right, what do we rank in San Francisco? What is the worst Tony map of all time? I would say Chopper Drop, but I barely consider Chopper Drop a level. This is offensive right away. The first thing I did when I sat down was try to wall ride this, and I got stuffed by this thing above us. And then even at THPS Fest, I tried to wally up to the top of this. Stuffed. 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 Can't wall ride. Oh, no, you can. Some of it. Interesting. You can only wall ride one portion of this. Oh. For me, San Francisco is not a good map. I don't like this map. I think there's too much open space in the road. We are America. We are ruled by cars. But this road is ginormous. But luckily in this version, you can grind the curbs. This will 100% be abused for high scores, though. Any word from Iron Galaxy or anyone being first to 100% this game? No. Like, all of every single wall in this, you get stuffed. It's either non-wall rideable, or if it is, you get stuffed by the thing above it. It's like, man, it's frustrating because it's like, let me skate, and you won't let me. Can you do this? Ooh, this is nice. That's an improvement over the 4 version. So I think based on that alone, and like the grindable curbs, this is already a better version than the PS2. San Francisco. It does look like I can grind these tracks. I've tried to grind these quite a bit, but there's nothing, like it doesn't quite make sense to be able to grind it. So I understand why they didn't. There's a polo. Sucks they got rid of the blood and Wolverine. Those are two things I do not miss. I'm sorry for your loss, though. What else? They added this line going across, and I was like stoked on it. And then I was like, oh, there's a goal that like requires you to grind it. I think this is a good, like, sure, why not? I'll take this. Nice change. One of the other things that used to always catch me up here, there was a little lip. See where that thing is above my head, right there on this wall? I used to always get the S, and then I would crash into a little nugget sticking out from here every single time. And they removed it, which I appreciate. This, adding this stuff out here, wish they didn't do it. Maybe leave this piece in. And maybe it's not a quarter pipe on this side, because if you actually like spine transfer out or in or whatever, like you're gonna hit the stairs right away. So it's just, you're being led directly into a bonk. It doesn't really serve a purpose. I would keep the quarter pipe just on this side and even no rolling, because this makes the grind really short. But if the grind's still curved around and there was a wall on this side and just a quarter pipe, I think this would function a lot better. And this rail, I have run into so many times throughout solo tours. I just don't see it. It's like when I'm coming from here, look how well that grind blends into the fun box ahead. Like, I've just run into it quite a bit. And they're also really short. So if you grind it, you jump off, you're on the uphill of this. And if you grind on, like, you're on the uphill of this. I just think these should be deleted. They don't really serve any good purpose. And then these ledges that lead into this thing, like, I don't know, man. I think I would like to redesign this area. And I think it served better when none of this stuff was here. Like less is more kind of energy. Maybe I'll change my mind after playing it more, but like first glance, it's really bonky. Like this, like maybe just delete this. I'm not sure what purpose this is serving. I would like to redesign this area. Me looking in the mirror. True, same. It's a very relatable statement. Is this a quarter pipe or a kicker? It's a kicker. Which is kind of a choice. Ah. Kicker pipe. It seems like it was originally there for one goal. Yeah, they reused the competition geo from Tony for one goal here. And then, but were these rails there? Man, I don't even remember. They just look so different. Or everything looks so different. So I'm like, what was even here before? I would, like, if I had the option, I would turn off all these objects. I think it's just way better. But maybe keep this one up, ditch the roll-in, square off, or like rather wall this off instead of quarter pipe, and keep the grind going around so it's like a big U-turn. Wait, where does this lead you? Yeah, I would keep that a U. I would do the same thing from this side over here so you can grind this like back towards this rail. Man, there's a lot wrong. I don't like San Francisco. I never did. But it was the #1 most played level in Tony Hawk 4. Everyone would request SFTA. San Francisco Trick Attack. SFTA, SFTA. Because of the third army line, which is this one. Didn't these used to give gaps? I wonder if they yoinked the gaps here. Oh no. I feel like every rail to rail would give you a gap here in 4. Maybe they reduced them to try and curb the exploits or the robot lining. But yeah, noobs used to do this all day and just love it. Uh-oh. It was the airport of, or the Rio of Tony 4. Used to be every rail, now you have to do the whole series. Yeah, that's what I thought. I really wish they paid attention to all the walls. Like San Francisco would have been so, if I could do that on every building in this level would be so much better. But every single one is like all this empty space and you can't do anything. Okay, moving on. I still think it's like a C tier. I don't think it's D. Oh my god, movie studio. All right, let me, I need to, actually, we'll let him skate. I'll be right back. Actually cutting it kind of close. I should have preheated the oven already. I don't know if eating an entire pizza before a gig is a good move, but we're about to find out, especially when I'm like not feeling well. Man, this map, this dolly track, man, it's like when I added the train tracks to East LA, I made sure that there were breaks in the train, like in the track, so you had to like, couldn't just easily, you had to think a little bit. Yeah, this is, I don't understand. Who let this happen is basically what I'm getting at. Oh, 7's in chat to master. This is a PG stream with a name like that. You're not welcome. I'm sorry. Submitted unban request if you change your name. This map, my initial impressions is like C tier at best. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's like when I first played it, I was like, this is not amazing, but it's okay, I guess. Wait, can I not grind that? I know I can. Yo, Harrison. Wait, so we can grind this, and it kinks up at the end, but not visually. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bitty kink at the end that makes you go up on both of these. But it's not shown visually. Or wait, just on that one? No, I guess it's just on that one. This is the problem with spine transfers. Like, look, it doesn't take height into account. It never says, are you going to make this spine transfer when you hit R2? And so it's just like, sure, let's spine you. And it's like, Tony 4, the way it behaves, if you hit R2, it would level you out if you weren't going to make it. And this is why people need to shut up about the college one, because it's not just in college. It's any case where there's a quarter pipe above you that you could spine into. It's like, yes, it's a valid criticism, but it's not unique to college is my point. So it happens in the water tower goal in Alcatraz too, like every time. And it's a problem. And I think it was there in 1 and 2, but there was almost no spine transfers in like all of 1 and 2. And if there were, they were very clearly divided by, like there was no hole in the middle. There was always like a wall that led to another quarter pipe. And I remember my first time ever playing Movie Studio. One of the first things I tried to do was spine transfer this. And I hit my head on that thing, and that happened. And I'm like, dude, why? Why would you put this crossbeam there? Can you even skate that thing up there? It should be deleted or non-collidable or whatever's going on up there needs to get some attention. Who's your favorite wrestler in WWE? Bam Margera. Wait, can I not? And I can't spine back? I know I can. Oh, but it doesn't work. Or wait, does I sideways? What's happening there? Okay, no, it works. When they handing over the gold truck. I'm curious to see if anyone, literally anyone, has entered in the golden trucks competition. That's a quarter pipe. I was like, maybe this is a kicker that leads me into the thing. But it would put me in straight into the wall. This is another thing. It's like, I always want to grind this, then wall right out. But the truss stiffs me. And when, you know, there was that cash nugget that was right here. In career, we had to get 1 million times. This thing was blocking us from getting it. Like if I just wanted to wall ride into a grind, or like, can I jump straight into it? No. And this is because of this, like, oh no, my God, we can wall ride. This is, okay, this is the spirit I'm talking about. Let me cook. Here, I feel like this needs to be the thumbnail. Like, this needs to be like anti-THPS level tier list Tony 3 and 4 stream. I'm so in favor of this that I'm just really, this makes me so happy because 99% of the people who play this game will not even notice when or if this happens to them. But the top players will be so appreciative. Oh my God, is that the medallion from cruise ship? Interesting. Oh my God, my immersion. Come on. Paul going through this ATA case. Is this part of the structure now? Like, my first inclination is like, this is a D tier level. It's not throwaway. It's sort of like it's like, it gives like Suburbia energy, but I don't think this is as bad as Suburbia. You know, like, but it just feels really clunky and the flow is not quite there. I haven't played it that much, so this is early. I'm not making this like an official tier list stream or whatever, but I just like initial thoughts. D is fair, you think? What's up, Weeze? Someone told me I gave off Suburbia energy. Your day would be ruined. Fair. $20K one hand. Spine under the UFOs, Jank? Is it because you're going up or down? Oh yeah, this one. Yo, Andy, you give off Baltimore Proving Ground PS2 energy? I don't know if that's a compliment. What's up, Kezra? If I haven't said hi to you today, can I get a hi in chat? Mods ban everyone that says hi. Oh. Liso, Isa, what's up? Koba, Zach Talika, Emma, Love Clan, X Viso, Cherish Bomb, Hardy, Purple, Bandicoots, Just John G, Hello Officer, Kudo. God, there's so many in here. Wizla. Hi. Hi, everyone. Pat, AJ, Herschel, Kezra, Michael. Is no pillars of wall writable yet? All pillars? I don't know. I was just talking. I only noticed the ones in LA. Hi, Andy. My wife is here, so don't embarrass me. You know, last time Poverty tried to make ramen, he burned it. So Mario, Debo. Hey, BC. Groceries? Why not Yummeries? Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I should play this level more to get a good feel for it, but I'm also like, I don't want to play this level more. Like, it's not doing it for me so far. Look at this guy with a wife. What'd I say? He goes, "Hey everyone, I have a wife." That's what you said. Just bragging to all us internet nerds without wives. Oh, look at this guy. He's got a wife. He's a wife guy. Super poggers. Are you supposed to develop a level with max stats in mind? I 100% think so. But there's a lot of people who would disagree with that, especially if it's the first level of the game. Like, no, we need to make sure it works best for default stats. And I just disagree 100%. But yo, let's go, Emo. We're actually live on YouTube and Twitch right now. But thank you for joining us on Twitch. Now make sure, if you guys are already paying for Amazon Prime description or subscription, you can link it to your Twitch account and get a free Twitch Prime sub every month. If you don't use it, you're leaving money on the table. or rather in Jeff Bezos' pockets, because it literally takes money from Jeff Bezos and gives it to me, or to your favorite streamer of your choice. So remember, use your Prime sub every month. It doesn't auto-renew. You need to reactivate it. So if it's July 20th, you'd have to do it again on August 20th. The wings are cosmetic. How much do you charge for social media deliverables? It depends on the company and what they're asking for. Max stats angle is misguided. It shouldn't matter if the level's good enough. Well, I would argue it's like in New Jersey, the side jumps on the when you go across the bridge are made for default stats. So when I have max stats, I try and do the side jumps. I overshoot them and end up in the river. And that's one of the main reasons why I don't like New Jersey. Become a streamer and give myself free primer every month, free money. I think it's like $1.50 or like $1.25. They're worth less than normal subs or gifts. The Mighty, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. But in a comedy, you go a little slower than max stats. I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know, man. I'm kind of burnt on this level. I don't like. I want to give a fair analysis, but it's just not doing it for me. Oh my god, 22 months. Thank you, Kuda.
Any primers?
Thanks for the primer. Yeah, you go slower when you're in a combo with max stats, but you're still going fast enough to overshoot the side jumps in New Jersey. Do prime subs grow your PP points? No, they don't. Only tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 subs. What's our PP point thing at? You guys can see it, but I can't. I legit thought I was going to knock over that table when I ran into it. But this is a solid object. 181. We need 300. Well, we don't need, but it would be nice. We need to hit 300 for 3 months straight. It's July 20th. We have 10 days to get 119 more PP points. Move to Brazil, guys. Yeah. Most overrated map from 3 and 4. I think for the most part, the consensus is pretty consistent. Like, I think the most overrated map by far is cruise ship, but in this game, it's definitely better than it was in 3. So I don't know if that's a fair assessment anymore. But I think everyone kind of doesn't really like Suburbia. Nobody really likes Zoo or Kona. Some people like Kona, I guess. And a lot of noobs like San Francisco. So maybe that's your answer. I think San Francisco is really liked by new players because they get that third army line, but most people who actually can play well don't want to play San Francisco. Can we get I used to work at Blizzard? Feed us. Yeah, did you guys know that I used to work at Blizzard? So everything I say is correct. Write that down. Kona is chill. Is it though? Alcatraz is controversial. I think Alcatraz would be so much better if this part of the map didn't lead. I try to avoid this part of the map every time because it locks you into a rail, into a grind, a single grind, like cruise ship does. And if you don't, you know, like you have a death plane, you know, if you try and switch and you don't make it, you know, you're screwed. And I think Alcatraz would be so much better if there was a ground beneath this, or it was just got a redesign to make this connect and work. Complete every solo tour for every character. Sidekicker. So that is my biggest gripe of this. But otherwise, I really do like Alcatraz. I think it's a great map, and it's an accurate representation of what it's like, more or less. But I think it's great. It seems to skate better here than in 4. Man, even that behaves the same. I think there's like more wall rideable walls in this version. But I don't like how you can bonk your head in the teleport things, like, you know what I mean? Like, that may have happened in Tony 4, but they could have used this opportunity to fix it. Andy, I'm having soup for dinner and you thought of me. Why is that? That's weird. You having a soup party? You think Los Angeles is the most overrated? That's crazy. That's my favorite map of all time. I don't think it's overrated. I feel like most people played Rio in 3. Key to finding robot lines? Dude, I don't know, man. Feel it out, brother. 2 quarter pipes with rails in between is sort of a default for robot lines, I suppose. Like this is where most people set their high combo records here. You recently talked about soup parties, and I commented on a VOD about actually attending a soup party. Oh my god, I do remember that. It's hilarious. Did they get rid of this pirate ship on Skater Island? No. What is a soup party? It's when people go to a place and everyone brings soup. Right? Also, what's up, Knocklis? Yo, Winnie. Thanks for your help on the career progress. Did you watch my content to figure out how to beat goals? Interesting. What would I rate college? S tier. Worst map in Tony 4 is Kona, right? Zoo. I think Zoo is the worst level in 4 by far. But then you start getting into like water park, movie studio, and pinball, and I'm like, ooh, maybe pinball is worse. Or movie studio. Or water park. Dude, I don't know, man. These new maps. It's like I've played all these other maps for hundreds of hours each. And for me to sort of just dive in immediately and just be like, I don't like water park is like not fair. But my current impression of the 3 new maps is that they are not good. C tier at best. Hey, C Mills, thank you for the prime. And All Young 3, thank you for the prime. What's the best way to avoid the revert limit? Notice your bonus thing. Yeah, bonuses give you more speed from reverts, but if you spam ollie to get what we call a revert ollie, you can keep your speed that way too. Where's Tanya? Yeah, and I just think looking at this list, like we got like S, C, C, A, C, D, A or B, B, D, D. Like Carnival and Chicago are both like Chicago could have been like an S tier map, I think. Carnival is like an A or a B. So there's so many levels that would have been better to cut the Chicago Carnival, but yeah. Would you rather a watered down carnival level? How is Zoo not F? Because I think F is reserved for like practice, chopper drop, and oil rig. It's like the levels that you cannot skate. They're so bad. And like Rooftop from Tony 2X, Subway from Tony 2X, Tampa from Tony 2X. What else was there? It was like construction site. Those levels are so bad you cannot skate them. Zoo you can actually like do some things in. Movie Studio could have been a good Tony 1 and 2 level. But this is Tony 1 and 2. Rooftop is so bad. Like who was it? I can't remember. I always forget. Some company made 5 new levels for Tony 2X on, what was it, Xbox or something? And all of those 5 maps were so bad. They were unplayable. They were so awful. Treyarch. Oh my god. Wild. And it's like, I'm not just like being like aggressive or just, I don't know what the word is, but like egregious. Like those levels were so bad that you could not play them. And Zoo is not an F tier level compared to those. F is Downhill Jam. I don't know about that. Rooftop is my pick for worst Tony Hawk level ever made. It would be up there, yeah. Like if you don't consider Chopper Drop to be a level, Rooftop could be a contender. Did I play online Tony 4 on the PS2? Yes. That's how I won this deck. I played in a tournament and it's a signed Tony Hawk deck right there. From Tony 4 PS2. Favorite Thug map? I don't know, man. I never really... I feel like all the maps in Thug were not that great. I know everybody loves Manhattan, but I don't. Oh yeah, this... Can we not grind this ledge? Or what is it? Yeah, there's some... I remember trying to use this to turn around in career and solo multiple times, and I could not grind this. Oh, but I can grind it there? That usually means the rail is in the geo. So you can grind it some of the time. What else is in Thug 1? Moscow's good. Vancouver, I would think, is the best level in Thug. Which is an unpopular take, I think. Tampa was pretty good. Hawaii was okay. Yeah. Whoever designed this level did not take the rules of the grind system into account. So like basically when you're like, you can, you know, like this is not a good thing that you could do on almost every handrail in the level. There's so many segments in the rail that you could just jump. It like acts as a new rail. So this is totally a thing. Cinema Storms, are you a bot? 1 in chat if you are a bot. 2 if you're not. Cinema Storms. Oh. Okay. Wait. Wait. 1. Cinema Storms sounded, it just felt like such a cut and paste. Like, I have diabetes type 1. Okay, hold on. Let me check the oven. 'Cause I might have to assemble this pizza. The cheese. I have the cheese in here still. Okay, sorry. I had to assemble the pizza and put it in. This feels like purgatory. Best gaming you've seen all stream? Okay, chill. What did I miss? I need to buy some part creation. Oh man, Tony level design is pretty tough. But if you think of your level as a top down, like if you look at it from top down, think of it as a circle, or what shape you're going for. Maybe it's a circle with a line or a few lines going through it. Like, I think of it in trajectory. Like, what is the skater's trajectory? Where are they being pointed at the end of every grind and at the end of every ramp? And if it leads you into a wall, that's generally not a good thing. And think in terms of broad strokes instead of really small grinds. Really small quarter pipes, really small objects are usually bad. Oh, this level, man. The wall isn't that bad. You can always wall plant. So I think walls are bad to lead a grind directly into. Wall plants should be used as a failsafe, not as a requirement. Like this ledge, not a good ledge. Just like case in point right there, so hard. Great comment, thank you. Oh, that's nice. So I think it's water park. It's like I want it to be good. Like there's a lot. It's huge, but the fact that it's new should not be a selling point. Like the fact, like if you can do stuff like this, it's all these like intersectioned like crazy big air epic gamer moments. Like I'm totally for it. But like right there, I tried to shuffle up and then get onto the pipe, but the rail kinked me out that I could not see. It like bumped me off the rail. Like, what is that? This should, I just think having a ledge like this going into other visible, like, this is not good. As I've been going through solo tours, I dread this level the most. Yeah, this one was the worst, especially the tokens. The tokens for this map were especially the one that's up here, is like the worst placement for anything in the entire game except for the Suburbia plane cache. Like, getting this up here like that was like such a pain. What was the other thing that they like doing? Like, there's so many segments in these curves. If I jump off this rail at any point, I'm basically somewhere that, like, I don't want to be. Actually, that wasn't that bad. But it's like, instead of this overlapping the level, I almost wish it was like in its own place with a safe zone below it that lets you access it from below as well. I don't know. Yeah, you have to grab it from the orange slide. And never once did I attempt to do that, but chat kept saying that was the way that they did it. But like, what do they expect you to do? Like, jump off like that and aim? Hold on, let's investigate. Where is the orange slide? I really wish these were color coded, because I never know which teleporter goes to which slide. Oh, this is it right here? Okay, so orange slide. Did I already miss the opportunity? I think I did. I did. Do I jump straight off this? Like, you can't even see the coin from up there. Is that the intended way that they, like, wanted you to get it? Air off the slide? That's even harder. Like this? Dude, screw that, man. Nah. I would do this and level out, and then you bonk into this, and then you're up here and you get it. And, like, it's a pain to get that, but I think that's, like, this is easier than taking the slide. Half the budget was this level. Yeah, dude, screw that. Nah, maybe you get the feel for it, like, and you know where to aim eventually, but man, that's just bad design. That you can't even see the token from the slide. Can you? Not a shot, dude. They want you to do that? That's the easiest way to... Nah, dude, that's a crime. A Wally, to be more accurate? I think I did a mostly good job of everything leading into something and keeping a circular flow. I think playing with elevation is my worst thing. Thanks again for the advice. Hopefully it does well. Good luck in Water Park. Yeah, I have to applaud you on the, like, making these shapes above everything and trying to... Because when you're designing Tony maps, you have to account for the skater's trajectory coming from any direction, going into the thing that you're building. And when you do all these curves above the map too, it's like a whole thing. Like, I think in terms of readability, that's where it suffers the most. There's lots of like small things. And does this curve me or does this knock me off? Also, what's up, Josh? Thank you for commenting. I appreciate that. I would have loved to work hand in hand and make this, like, I don't think all hope is lost. I've said it a gazillion times, but like the amount of segments in the curves is what is the worst part of this map. And I think with the tune up and iterating, it could be way better. But it's like, because the segments are exploitable, you know? So less segments would be better for the skater's trajectory. It's like more predictable. And then also you can't abuse the rails like that. What else? I think these quarter pipes are too small. I would like them to be wider. Oh, this ledge goes this way. Come on, give me a 50 million combo. Do you have your backseat streamer's license? Why does spamming grind not add to the combo? Because shuffling was a problem in Tony 3, and every single grind added to the combo and is exploitable. And I just tried to grind this, but I cannot. It makes sense, but it does stand out. It kind of looks like a fountain grind, but I guess it's here, which makes sense. Yeah, this level is huge, and there's lots of intricacies, and I think it's like you can get good at it, but my initial take is it's difficult. Like, I'm not sure where that grind is meant to lead you to, but and I think all of these shops, all the, I guess not shops, but like whatever you want to call them, like all these tiny little intricacies that are jutting out from the sides don't really read as a contiguous grind to me. And I think it's more of a problem in some of the other areas like these, where I'm like, what is happening here? This reads well. It's easy to decipher. I would argue that the curve could be a little bit more steep and maybe lower so you can get air over it, but I'm not going to hold a grind over that because it'll burn my balance. So I would have to shuffle it basically. Trying to link objects or rails in the editor to be seamless to be a pain. Levels name. Oh, right on. Fair. Yeah, I remember trying to place splines in the Unreal Engine, and it was a total pain. It was like not like snapping it was in 3ds Max, like in Xtools. Like this, whatever. This is so nook and cranny, but these upper lines I would consider to be part of the main line if it was readable. But yeah, this stuff is hard to decipher. Like I always say long broad strokes, but there's so much little nook and cranny stuff going on. And it, just like I've been saying, it's like my initial impression is like I'm not a huge fan, but I think maybe after I play for hundreds of like tens of hours at least, like I'll have my tune might change. So I think one of these is not grind. Yeah, this bench you can't grind. And I would maybe have liked to seen this bench like sustain all the way through, because when they're this short, they're kind of useless. Not useless, but it's become small and harder to hit. And what? Huh? Huh? And I have tried to grind the side of this kicker quite a bit too, but you can only grind the top. And I agree, it is a small kicker, but it's for whatever reason subconsciously I've tried to grind it a few times. Like, I think this is fun, right? It's like being able to do this kind of thing and then basically hold R2 at the top, and then you like end up in like another, spine transferring or hip transferring to another quarter pipe. Also, there's just like no way. Well, not no way, but being able to model this stuff. Like, I'm like a meat and potatoes designer and in 3D modeling. So like doing all this is like kind of insane in terms of like modeling abilities. I mean, we're not like making characters here or anything, but like the broad strokes and of these long curves and tubes and things is like, I'd have to look up some YouTube tutorials on how to do that. I don't like this design. I feel like whenever I came off the, I don't know if y'all remember when I would come off this rail and jump off at the end, it was like a guaranteed bail trying to continue my combo through here. Oh, now I'm going slow though, but like if I jumped here, it'd be like bail. So you had to not jump and like end your combo or like manual up. Like this always felt like I just want to avoid this piece. While the idea is cool, it doesn't quite work. Like maybe there's other ways I'm not thinking of to skate it, but are you not a consultant? It's look, they don't have to invite me to work on Tony games. It's totally fine. I also already have a job, so I don't know. Whoa. I think out of all the new maps, this does seem to be the strongest one. I had like, when I was looking at pinball before the game came out, it was more exciting to me because it seemed kind of like more blocky and was like easier to read. But then when I played pinball, I was like, ooh, maybe not. But this one is going to be a lot to chew on because there's lots of small intricacies of how the map behaves. Like this small concrete ledge is grindable, but not the inside of it. And this one is not grindable because the rail's above it. And the inside of this quarter pipe's lip is not grindable, but the rail above it is. That kind of stuff. And it's like so obvious after you've been playing it, but at first glance it's like, well, where does the grind start? Like if I look at the lip, is it the purple or is it the thing up top? So does that mean that this is grindable? No. Yeah. Also, yeah, you made the comment about the working with elevation is the most challenging, and I would agree with that. It's 100% way easier to make a level that does not change in elevation. But then it's also like not as interesting. And so you kind of like look for subtle ways to like introduce 2 to 3 meter like differences. Because like trying to get the skater uphill and be fun is like such a challenge. Uh-oh. Yeah, this bench being broken up by this bench breaking up this grind is not a fun thing, but maybe just ditch it. I think it would be better without the benches and without this guy in the middle. Can I grind this? No, I can't grind the top of this. If this ledge was uninterrupted, this would flow a lot better, I think. This leads you into the wall, but not. It's all right. The theme of shutting everything down is a bit odd. This is based off the real life water park that is shut down. So this is one of the cases where it does make sense. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate people watching and people hanging out. I just want to be clear that I've barely played the new maps in this context at all. I've just been slamming through solo tours for 9 days, and I finished. And so I haven't even really had a chance to be like, do a combo in Water Park or do a combo in Rio. Like, I just haven't. This is the like first day, so these are just my impressions. It's not necessarily like my final thoughts. What time is it? Running low on time. Got 2 minutes until switching the pizza to the top rack. Do you guys want to see pizza when it's done, or should I just end stream? I did not watch the Vert alert. I saw clips though. This level was inspired by the Tony Hawk in the Water Park video, yeah. Have I done all gaps? Yes. Okay, we can move on. I'm like, you know, it's funny after playing that because I hated Water Park so much in the career because of the coin at the top and trying to find them and getting all the pros, having to unlock the arcade to get the secret tape that you can't do in the combo, the skate letter that you can't do in the combo. There's lots of little things I would have loved to have changed about the career, and that's what frustrated me most. But I think as a level, this is probably the strongest level of the three. But I'm not going to say, you know, it's my favorite level. And it's definitely not an F tier. I don't even know if it's necessarily a D tier. Like, it's definitely C. And maybe if I learn more about it, it'll like grow into a B. But those are my initial thoughts. Would I rather a remaster done right or this? My slow baking? No, it's on 450. Well, I guess it would be slow compared to like a, you know, 750 oven. Yeah. I wish I could grind the lip of the quarter pipe and have the rail moved out from it 2 feet or like a meter. So I can grind the lip and then jump up to the rail. So I'd be able to do both. What's up, Riel? Are we on time? But like, you know, obviously I make that suggestion as a very like broad swing, but it probably breaks all sorts of other things that I'm not thinking of. But like it probably would, the rail would run into this wall, and so you have to move this back and whatever. Anyway, I need to move the pizza from the middle rack to the top rack. I'll be right back. Sorry. I like put it on the top rack for 2 minutes, but then I just used the restroom. So like, anyway. We have pizza. I guess we could just go full cam. You see that? So it's just red pepper and cheese. The light on it. Can I lower the light maybe? Is that gonna help? Can't really see it. It's very red in this. Yeah, look at the size of that thick boy. Fire. I make my own dough from scratch, yeah. The recipe is in the Discord and Rate My Food channel. It's pinned. Oh, this is good. Good comment to kick us off. Okay, it's really hot. What's up, J-Man? Yeah, I'm probably in my like, I was making one pizza every Friday for like over a year and a half, maybe 2 years even. And I was like, this is not a healthy habit. So I did it every other week. And I'm probably on my like 120th pizza. And I've honed in like the timing, how much to put on of what order to put things in. And like, yeah, whatever. I've honed it in. And the main goal is trying to get more rise out of the crust. Like, I'm not into deep dish pizza really ever. I prefer hand toss. But when I make this recipe, it's all about trying to get the thicker crust, and it's more fluffy, and it's just so much more delicious. And I'm like a huge fan of just trying to attain a higher rising bread amount. Because like the amount is always the same, but the rise factor is what I try to maximize. That's when you put on vegetables, they all expel water. And so it makes the pizza more moist and keeps it from rising. So I started dehydrating my vegetables. So I figured out how fine to chop them, how long to dehydrate them, and like when to put them on and all that stuff. And meats are easy, like sausage, pepperoni, you just throw them on and then it's just like really good. It doesn't really cause it to like not rise. You're like, I actually haven't seen that, but wait, tuck? Who's tucking? Oh, good night, Emma and Devon. Tug? We lost 100 viewers breaking for pizza. Night, Devon. Can we get some tucks in chat for Devon and Emma? At my work, we have dill pickle pepperonis coming in. I've never had pickles on pizza, and I remember this being a conversation when 1 and 2 came out, and I'm like, who is eating pickles on pizza, man? And who hurt them? Oh, I thought these were going to be grindable. I was like, the biggest gripe I have about Kona is this is outer fence that we can't do anything with. We can't wall ride it, and we can't grind it. And so that continues to be a problem. There's like all this empty space. But like, I understand why. I guess it's like accuracy or whatever. And we don't want people just like playing on the border more than they do the park. But I think there's just ways to address that. Like these picnic tables even, but like we're bonking our heads on this, like, so we can't jump in it. But accidentally got the panda. I need to eat and be out of here soon. But Kona is still, I feel like it's, I don't know, like a D tier, maybe C tier level for me. I've never liked Kona. I think it could have been saved by playing up the boundaries and filling up the empty space in the grass with like things to tie it into the main play space, and like making something of the behind of this half pipe, like doing something out here, or making this a wall rideable wall, or making a long handrail that curves and wraps around, or like, I think they could have kept it accurate like they did, but also added elements to tie it all together. Yeah, so I don't know. Kona's never been for me, but it's not like the worst level. Okay. I need to eat this, and I'm not going to be able to do it if I keep playing. So I think I need to go soon. Who's on? Is anyone streaming THPS3 and 4? Oh, Jens is playing. Dude, perfect. I'm going to just start off by saying thank you to everyone for being here. Very much appreciate it. I know what it's like to stream to very little viewers, and I'm super thankful that anyone chooses to spend any amount of their time here, so thank you. And I just want to reiterate that, like, what I say about these maps is just my personal takes. I don't want you to form your opinions just based on what I say. So, that being said, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Join the Discord if you like this sort of thing. You want to know when we're going online next. That's the best place to find out. I put a schedule up in Discord every time. So at the moment I know I'm going to stream, I'll put it there first. You can choose to get notified here. Anyway, yeah, follow me on all the socials. I appreciate you, everyone. We're going to go raid Jens. Jens is a top Tony Hawk's Pro Skater player, I would say. And he's very, very good. He's very, very good at scoring as well. He has the patience for scoring and the skill for scoring. And this, I'm rarely on when he's on. So we're going to raid him. Make sure you say hello and treat him well. If you are on YouTube, here's a link to Jens' stream. Looks like he's doing solo tours. But yeah. So just give him a hey, do a kickflip. Smiley face. All right, everybody. I will see you guys next weekend, if not sooner. Join the Discord. Follow me on all the socials. I will see you when I see you. All right, bye, everybody.